Introducing the gamer muzzle. Does your son shout profanities into all hours of the night despite being 36 years old and still renting an apartment from his parents? Sorry, I messed up the bit there. Welcome, everybody. Yes, this is a product that is now being sold for money. Now, I don't want you having any kind of appropriate thoughts about what you might think is going on with this image, but it's not what you think, okay? Well, listen, who hasn't had a heated gamer moment that really made your parents question why they didn't use protection? What's up, chat? It's been, why is the Fallout music so loud? When I tested it, it wasn't that loud. Haven't streamed since, I think, E3. Is this live or a premiere? It's a premiere. Gonna strap on one of those if I keep Potter posting. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is coming out soon. That's gonna be the big hit next month with the yeah. Because In and Zur willed it to be loud, I guess. It is a kind of a, I don't know, that's kind of a Bethesda standard, is they don't compress their soundtracks at all. And so it's like you can have really quiet parts and then really loud parts. Makes the experience of listening to it interesting. When's the next LARP episode? We intended to do it last month. But we got caught up with a project that it's going to turn out really interesting. Why couldn't they just make Bully with wizards? I mean, there's a chance that's what this is going to be. Freshly shaved, I see. I can't grow hair on my head. When am I going to release the Assassin's Creed 3 video? I talked about that as a 4th of July thing. And I never promised that I would do anything. You streaming for 2 hours before it starts? Yeah, I gotta catch up with whatever you people prefer to be called as a community. Bad music compression is a Bethesda staple. I think it has to do with the file format that they use now. Because like it used to be they were just MP3s in a folder, but with I noted with Skyrim, there's a couple songs that aren't anywhere that are part of Skyrim soundtrack, like they were never released, and so you have to rip them from the game to get a decent quality version. Wait, you're actually a VTuber? Yeah, that wasn't a joke in the Skyrim video. Like, did you think that was rigged up just for that 5-second bit? You plan on reviewing Starfield at release? That's been the plan for a while. Somehow I thought I was going to do it in November of last year. Really hoping Starfield isn't dog ass. I think that they wouldn't have delayed it this long if they were intending on dropping a terrible game. I'm not going to say it's good. I'm not making any predictions. I really haven't seen any of the marketing material on it yet. I'm not at the point where I download all the marketing material and like comb through it. I did that for Cyberpunk. I did not do that for Elden Ring. Hopefully Starfield is balanced properly. I hope not. I hope there's some really broken build that I get to discover while playing Starfield. Aggressively mediocre. What is it with things being aggressively recently? So Outer Worlds was called aggressively average. What's your opinion on the Halo games, and would you ever review them? I think 343 ran that franchise into the ground. No, the Bethesda ones were pretty good, and I was gonna review any of them. It'd either be Combat Evolved or ODST. Remember how good Duke Nukem Forever was after being delayed so many times? A lot of people, I'm not going to say everybody, but I'm going to say that there were a decent number of people who were apprised of the situation who would have known that Duke Nukem Forever wasn't going to be very good. And I think that there really just wasn't much of a mechanism for that kind of information to get out. ODST is what I wanted Halo 2's Earth levels to be. Yeah, well, I definitely get that, yeah. Because Newman Boss is pretty good. Feel about a Bethesda-style RPG in Halo. I don't see it working. I just want Atomic Heart to be good. I think a lot of people just want Atomic Heart to come out. Repeated delays are a 50-50 that it's either really good or the biggest pile of dog shit you've ever seen due to a disastrous dev cycle. I think that they were probably steering into a disaster and someone thankfully delayed it. I mean, this is not the first Bethesda game to get delayed. Oblivion was delayed by 6 months. Did Starfield get delayed again? No, it got delayed and they never gave us a date for when it's going to be coming out. And of course, I've got 4 vacations planned that I don't get to go on because I'm waiting. It's really funny seeing the Bethesda YouTubers be mad that they don't know how to plan around it because their whole livelihood depends on a company that releases games like 3 times a decade. Speak on Elden Ring DLC. Probably not. Man, I gotta balance this a bit. I think what happened is I turned up the volume mixer, the browser. .343 cannot do anything good without a drastic flop in at least one major department. I just don't care about the series anymore. Listen, people were saying awful things about 343 since whole Halo 4, and nobody believed it. Well, no, people did believe it, but when is Scam Citizen coming out? Isn't it out? I mean, it's not out of early access, but what is these days? I thought of doing a video on any of the GTA titles. Yes, GTA Online is one of the potential contenders for the next quick retrospective. I do find it very amusing that people think Stalker 2 will appear here despite it being only for Microsoft-owned companies. Well, you know, what isn't owned by Microsoft at this point? Tea or coffee? I'd take my caffeine by pill. The Halo 4 QuickTime event was also broken for nearly 5 years. I think the most interesting thing about Halo 4 was the Spartan Ops campaign, which was dreadfully abysmal. There goes the Fallout 76 soundtrack being mixed like this. I only found out about Atomic Heart because some guy on Twitter was talking about how all Russian people are war criminals or something. True. So are all Americans. Yeah, I was personally invested in the war in Afghanistan. No, Caius is not my VTuber model. Hang on. I'll turn on the Caius VTuber model. We've got two options, and this is the other one. He's not shorter, okay? He's just... The VTuber software is not as good now with model switching, and I have to like readjust where the character is. How do you think mysticism works more in depth? It's kind of it's supposed to be kind of an analog for more like shamanistic magics. You know, like premonitions and what have you. So some time stuff, some I really don't know what the rules for teleportation are supposed to be in the setting. We all know you're 5'7". I thank you for thinking that I'm so tall. Any chance for an Enderal video? Probably not. Thoroughly uninterested in continuing the Bethesda train much longer. Love it when people view foreign nations as trash mobs. We're at the time where only one good game comes out every year. What do you think will be the good one this year? I haven't paid too much attention really to, which is funny because I've seen like the past two E3s. I've just started making a thing of streaming these events. I really don't know, to be honest. I have no big predictions about what's going to be good this year. I wouldn't hold out hope that anything's good, which means that you can perpetually just be surprised. Will there be more research streams in the future? That depends on what I do. Like, that's definitely one of the factors. So, like, say the unlikely event happens where I do Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. Those research streams would probably be too legendary for their own good. At least one person would die. And at least one person would sue me. With that particular axis, you have the Fallout 3 fans, which are they're very invested in Bethesda personally and like emotionally. And then you have the New Vegas fans, which think that you're an extremist if you do anything other than quit to desktop as your ending. Fallout 3 fans exist. Oh yeah, and they're very vocal. And it's like not that I'm worried about the fans, but have you seen what those guys do? Like to each other? You know how crazy those people are with each other? How about starting from the beginning, including 1 and 2? I am not doing a 1, 2, 3 New Vegas video. Are you insane? Sorry, I have to not swear until 12 hours into the live stream. YouTube's listening. But no, I don't think Fallout 3 and New Vegas are particularly likely, even though a lot of people want New Vegas particularly. I know a YouTuber whose favorite Fallouts are 1 and 3, not joking. I mean, yes. I would play Fallout 1 and 2, yeah, but it's not going to be a big factor in the review because, you know, it kind of wasn't a big factor in Fallout 3. Like, they kind of bought a setting. They didn't buy it for the stories or anything like that. Listen, people said that Oblivion and Skyrim were covered to death too, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we would crack open the New Vegas pot and see that most people made dog shit reviews and analysis of New Vegas, where they say something dumb like, Mr. House represents Elon Musk, or I don't know. There's lots of crazy takes. You're homophobic if you play New Vegas because it has the Legion in it. Stuff like that. Oh, and whoever asked, yes, I have heard of Ardenfall. Have you seen H-Bomber's New Vegas video? I have seen his Fallout 3 video. And then this was when it was new, and then I went to his channel and saw that, like, he made, like, 10 videos on Sargon of Akkad, and I was like, oh, you're not a gaming channel. You're just a politics channel who made a gaming video. But trying to pipeline me. Acerthorn played only the NCR. Speaking of Acerthorn, he's back at it again. He's got another lawsuit here. And he says, I could very easily provide multiple examples of times when I could have filed suit, maybe even had a nominal case, but didn't. And one of the reasons he cites, reason D, he could have, but didn't, sue the countless women who have refused to go on dates with him. Your Honor, the boyfriend-free girl lied about having a boyfriend. Which pipeline are you getting people into, Pat? The based New Urbanist pipeline. Is it Urbanist or New Urbanist? Which one wants to smash the status quo? Because that's not the one I'm in. I zoned out for a minute. How do we get from New Vegas to court? Well, you see, it's very easy in the Fallout space for things to end up being a legal proceeding. You know of Mr. Medicare? Yeah, he's mentioned me, I think at least twice. I was thinking about Medicare. The way I kind of think of him is like that rock star that you think sold out because all they do is concerts now and they don't do new albums, and then you realize that's kind of okay. You would prefer that they just do concerts and not make like more passionless albums. But yeah, RIP. I'm still convinced Acerthorn is a mastermind performance artist and we're all being trolled. Everybody says that about every locale, that they're like this master manipulator. And, you know, eventually it might be true, but I don't think in Acerthorn's case it's true. Did he die? Yeah, so what happened was he was at Mount Doom and he started wrestling with Boogie and they both fell into a volcano and died. And that's what happened. So both him and Boogie are dead. When does the conference start? In 99 minutes. $99. That's how long we have to sit here and chat. I know. You guys don't want to hang out with me. I've only been getting asked to stream again for like 9 months. So don't miss your opportunity to ask me dumb questions that you already know the answer to. Do you plan to review Daggerfall ever? Probably not. Even if I did, it wouldn't be a particularly long video. If you're gonna make a promised Arx Fatalis video, was there a promised Arx Fatalis video? I know I said that you could request it when I did the first Harry Potter video. What Skyrim mobs do you think you could fight and win against IRL? Well, we've had the debate before about whether or not I could take a frostbite spider. Which, by the way, I still do think is the case. Because, I mean, I think the scariest type of spider, if you're the same size as it, would be like a jumping spider because they're so fast. But like frostbite spiders are just slow and lumbering and they have lots of limbs that you could take swipes at. I'm not saying I could bare knuckle fight it, but I am saying that like if I had a bat, I could take it. Are you going to make Bigfoot videos? Does that fall under the misinformation category now? The time-honored Pacific Northwest tradition of claiming that you're going out to search for Bigfoot, but really you're just getting a break from your wife. Oh, good. Forgot about Boogie. Did he like do something to be mentioned? I think he blew all his money on FTX, or all his money went missing right around the time that FTX happened. Did you export the Morrowind models and then rig them? You'd have to ask the guy who did it, but it was a bit more complex than that because of the way that they do models in their games. Frostbite spiders don't make sense. Spiders shouldn't be prominent in cold climates or in large groups. Yeah. I don't deny Bigfoot. I'm just saying that, like, it's not harmful to have Bigfoot content on YouTube, so... If it's against the rules, it shouldn't be. Thoughts on NFTs? Massively overvalued. Largely a Ponzi scheme. Do you read any books? If so, what genre? I read this book, Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. I know, written by noted libertarian extremist Charles Murray. I like that book, but I've been told it's pretty dry. Also, the model is like gradually turning, and I don't know why. We do only talk about token NFT. I wish that project had taken off the ground, but unfortunately, I rug pulled it. Are you not going to do any more really long analysis videos? I'm not planning on doing any until after Starfield comes out. There's some stuff that I want to do. Make a 5-minute Witcher 3 video just to say you beat Joseph Anderson to it. Yeah, what is up with him? Poor guy. I don't know if I keep shattering his confidence or not. Are you going to move to documentaries, or are you keeping the video games? I'm going to keep the video games. Like, the 2 documentaries I talked about doing, like, the Housing Crisis one has had some developments since the last time I talked about doing it, so... Yeah. Any plans of reviewing any other media? There's the occasional, um, usually anime that I think about talking about. That I think would be interesting, but there's a couple TV shows and a couple movies. You want my help exposing big VTubers so I don't have to see so many annoying anime women. You could just, like, stop watching their content. Joseph Anderson is a terrible writer. I've never read his books. What animes do you watch, Pat? I just finished part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The ending was like it's a very dramatic ending, but I think it poses some problems. Also, there's male VTubers. Yeah, but I mean, there's also like male titty streamers. It's not like anything, not like that matters. Attack on Titan, an analysis of why Eren did nothing wrong. I did think about doing an Attack on Titan video just to talk about why the manga and upcoming season, the final season, part 3, or however many parts of the final season they're going to make, why it ends so poorly. Spoilers alert for those who are anime only. It's going to end poorly unless they do an original ending. What is it with JoJo and Fate's Worse Than Death? I think Araki just has a sense of like ironic humor. Part 7 is amazing though. I mean, yeah, I have no doubts. I think one of Araki's strengths is that he doesn't let his previous bad writing bag him down like a lot of writers do. Like they regret stuff, they start trying to change the rules and whatnot, and he just keeps moving forward. So good on him. I'm sure he's not going to let the JoJolian hold him down. Hogwarts Legacy depends on what I'm doing next month. They said they would make an anime original ending. The author said in the past that the anime was the canon way to consume Attack on Titan. I don't believe that. Knowing what I know about the guy. Attack on Titan's still going on. Why? That's a great question. I would have thought that it would have ended because I know how much there is left in the story. I don't see why the final season part 2 wasn't sufficient. Are you going to do a video on Prey to finish the Arcane library? I've thought about it before, and yeah, it's always an option. Ever thought about covering Mass Effect? I have thought about covering Mass Effect. I've thought about a few ways that you could go about doing it. But it's not something that's immediately on the docket, I'm afraid. I think the only reason for me to talk about it would be that I find it very strange that Commander Shepard has romantic relationships with the people on his ship. I think it's kind of inappropriate. Any thoughts on Chainsaw Man? That might be the next thing I watch. It better be fucking good for how much people talk about it. I know how anime people are. They usually hype up stuff that's garbage. They'd be like, no, you gotta see it, dude. JoJo's is transformative. It's like, it's fine. Very stylized. I wouldn't say that it's the greatest piece of fiction of all time. Like some people hype it up. Ever thought on covering the Soulsborne series? Yeah, it's on the list. I have a list of like all the potential things that I want to cover next as part of the big video. And the Souls games are on that list. What all is on the list? I think it wasn't on the list, but I was going to add Total Warhammer. The series. I was just going to do the series in one thing. Talk about like kind of the evolution of the campaigns. Yeah, I rated the Souls games kind of highly. I think the main issue with them was that it was by a Japanese company, and I don't speak Japanese. Um, what were some other things that were interesting on this list? I had the Elder Scrolls games, all the other ones that I could do, and they rate kind of poorly, just because I don't want to do them. And like Arena and Daggerfall, I don't think are great topics. ESO would be a great topic, but I dread the notion of having to play through all of it. Battlespire and Redguard would be terrible topics. They'd be interesting, but I don't think very many people would be that interested in seeing them. Does bad faith localization ever cross your mind when you make videos? I don't cover enough stuff that gets translated, but it is something that I am aware of. Because you could always cover the Pokemon games by game and just badly edit the version name and upload the same video each time for each game. Yeah. Was the Warcraft video scrapped? The first one? Sure. I do have WoW Classic on the list. It rated really highly. There were a lot of advantages. There were a lot of disadvantages. It'd be a very challenging project. But there's a lot of reasons why I particularly like the idea of a WoW Classic video. Dragon's Dogma kind of rated around the tier of a Souls game. Same problems. Japanese game. Kind of lower end on the topics that people would want to see. Like, Dragon's Dogma is decently popular, but you see the Folding Ideas vid on WoW Classic. Isn't that an older one? Isn't it like half an hour? No, I haven't seen it. The only video I've seen of his was his one on Doug Walker's review of The Wall, and then I realized who he was. Are you saying you did like a statistical analysis of the possible topics you could cover? Well, it's just 4 categories. So I rate 4 categories on a 1 to 5 scale. Popularity of the topic, the difficulty of making the video. Like a miscellaneous category, that would be stuff like, so for WoW Classic, like a miscellaneous thing is that it has a lot of music that you could use, and then a sense of intuition, which is basically, do I want to do it? Do I think it would be a good idea? Does it feel like a good idea? Are there any VR games that you would want to cover? I did think about doing Bone Labs, which is the follow-up to Boneworks, and then in the past, I wanted to do Half-Life Alyx. Are you gonna make a Wall review? No. There's other albums that I could cover. The problem with me doing music is that I'm like way in over my head. Like, just the other day, yesterday, I was doing these subtitles for the Morrowind video, which is my new like 10-minute a day project, and I did the music section of the Morrowind video, and I was like, this kind of sucks. I'm not qualified to talk about music as much as I did. Will you make a video about our St. Douglas Walker? People keep saying that it's over for him, and I don't know why. Because clearly he's still going pretty strong. I'd love to watch a Fallout 4 video from you. The only problem is that's skipping a decent amount to get there. It just doesn't feel right to go straight to Fallout 4. That said, I am working on a Fallout 76 video, so I guess I really don't care that much, but it's not going to be a long form thing. Well, it's going to be like a medium form thing. It's going to go over an hour, probably. It's just getting started with Doug. Yeah, guys could probably going to make a comeback. Like, he ebbs and flows. Who cares? You gonna make a video on how 99% of MMOs are vapid theme parks that exist to drip feed dopamine and drain you of money? Oddly specific topic. Any chance to see a video about the history of electronic music over the years? The problem with music is copyright at the end of the day. It's really hard to cheese the copyright system. Pat doesn't like explicitly leftist media analysis for whatever reason. I just have... It happened after 2016. There were a lot of people who kind of stopped being funny because for whatever reason they decided to get more political. Payday 2. Now that... The problem with Payday 2 is that I'm not too familiar with that. The history of that one. Some of the Fallout 76 fans are having a mental breakdown over legacy weapons. Yeah, I saw that. That kind of impacted something that I was just writing about, which is that I thought one of my main things that I observed in my script was that they need to deal with the legacy weapons. Lo and behold, this patch that just came out did exactly what I said they should do. Which I have a history of. I have this post I made on 8chan about Fallout 76 that was like completely spot on. Came out 2 months before the game came out. Came out, I think, like 4 or 5 months before I ever made a video on this channel. So, legacy weapons. Yeah, there's some weapons in Fallout 76 that you really can't get anymore. They have effects, so like an example would be energy weapons which explode on impact. You're not supposed to get those anymore, and I guess they're finally getting rid of them, which is good because there was a lot of like really obnoxious weapons that that were out there. This was 2018. It was still alive. I didn't make this post recently. I don't really care if a reviewer has a bias either way, but it feels like the left-leaning ones are very one-dimensional and contribute most things to that postmodernist approach to the world. I think it's more so, like, people were debating about whether or not Ross Scott was a leftist YouTuber, and it was like, no, because I feel like if I ever met Ross Scott, he wouldn't hate me. And I feel like there's a lot of leftist YouTubers who would hate me. Did you hear about the militaristic RPers in 76? Yeah, so funny thing. They call themselves the Enclave. Me and the person I was playing with, who will be coming on in, I think, an hour. Me and him were wearing Enclave uniforms the entire time because the Enclave is like the greatest faction in that game. I've always felt that everyone uploaded videos with... is on a particular day. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This avatar is horrifying. Oh yeah. I know it is. I need to get one made, and I've tried to do it before, so the main thing is like finding someone to do it and finding a style. Like, it's gonna be the same general style. I really do like this armor, but I do want it to be a little different, and so maybe I'll find some, like, cool... Like, I wanted to do the synthesis of, like, a really cool plate mail style, but also science fiction. So, I gotta find somebody who's creatively talented and pay them. I was binging Ross Scott videos lately. Some people in the comments tried to paint him as a closeted communist. Yeah, people do say that, and I don't think it's true. I think there's, like... Because he's an actual soul-bearing human, there's actually nuance to his beliefs. There's this indie game series you should review called Halo, recently ported to PC. You Cursed Edition, right? Disco Elysium video win. Okay, so see, isn't that one, that one would be so controversial. Ross seems more like an anarchist. Yeah, I would say he would definitely fall more into the libertarian side of the spectrum. Not libertarian, but like the anti-authoritarian side. Not glass armor. Depends on which iteration of glass you're talking about. Why so many people love the bad guys, be it Enclave or Empire, etc. I don't know which empire are you talking about. If you're talking about the Star Wars empire, like outside of them being run by literal worshippers of evil, the empire seems like kind of a positive thing. They have to go like really out of their way to write stories where the empire does bad things to just keep up the status quo that they're supposed to be an evil faction, because like a lot of what we hear about is like, you know, they just do government things. So it seems better than the Republic was. Vault-Tec is the bad guy. Vault-Tec is the Enclave. The people of the Empire are not the Sith. Yeah, but they're still run by them. So, I mean, you know. They do kill a lot of people. Closeted communist is an insult from last century, Lamau. Yeah, it's still kind of an insult. In the sense that, like... I don't know, you can wear it on your sleeve anymore. The Republic sucks and the Rebellion are terrorists. Yeah, but terrorism is based. I have established this on stream before. Thoughts on touching the Pillars of Eternity franchise? Never really thought about it. Not too big into isometric role-playing games. Like, Diablo in that vein. Like, it's a possibility, but there's a lot of stuff that I'd want to cover first. I got the Middle-earth games on here. I'd probably do them both in one video. I feel like that's a pretty safe thing to do. I probably have some pretty interesting views. I don't like the branding in that game. So, them making the second game about that, kind of a mark against it. But I did actually like the second game. I liked big-tittied Spider-Woman. Cyberpunk? The problem with Cyberpunk is I kind of need to let that one play out and then go in once we have like all the DLC. Metal Gear Solid 5, that one actually rated on the lower end. I have been flirting with that game for a long time, so maybe it's time that we tie the knot on that one. What are your thoughts on strategy games like Civ, Total War, or the Paradox games? That is an interesting corner of the industry that kind of invalidates the idea of like, oh, games are too complex for people to get into, because like Total Warhammer is a conventionally popular series for being pseudo grand strategy. I think, can we agree that it's pseudo grand strategy? Are you autistic enough to enjoy Dwarf Fortress? Yes, I've played it before. Pat, what do you think of the Microsoft firings? So what's the extent of Microsoft's firing? I know that we are on the edge of a recession, and so all of the pointless departments that only existed to pat hiring stats, you know, the whole department's flagged as, if there's ever a payroll emergency, fire these people first. All those people are losing their jobs. 10,000 people got fired. The Pacific Northwest is about to be affordable again. That's really how I look at it. It's like, oh, tech companies are failing. Maybe I can go live on the West Coast again. I enjoy Factorio. Haven't played Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere. I do like those games. I have Feed the Beast on my list of potential topics. I think it'd be interesting to review a mod pack. 343 Industries was gutted. Good. I don't know why those people had their jobs. I don't know what they were doing other than like twiddling their thumbs all day, because if you look at the content updates that came out for that game, the people that they had employed, it didn't make the output didn't make sense, where they had too many people and not enough content. Like their content update was like 4 maps and a new game mode. Ever play Zachtronics games? I have. I like those. Twiddling their dicks? Surprisingly not. Because the expression is twiddling their thumbs. I think it still doesn't have infection like a year later. It doesn't have like a lot of things a year later. And like, what's sad is I was enjoying Halo Infinite, but there was too much, it felt too much like a job with the challenges. And it's just like, you know, I just want these armor permutations. I just want to be an ODST, but for some reason that's like 70 levels of a battle pass. When does developer direct start and where can I see it without our dear host talking over it? That would be... Oh yeah, I should specify for anybody that's going to be here in 75 minutes. When it plays, it's going to be like one frame every 5 seconds and it's going to be really quiet. So you do have to find your own source of it. Xbox has it on their channel. That's the one that I'm going to be watching. Last project that I was going to mention, well, I was going to talk about Total War 1. Grand Theft Auto Online, I've mentioned it before. That's kind of a hate, not really a love-hate, more of just a hate relationship that I have with that game. I have way too many hours in it. Would really love to talk about it because people don't really know about it for how much the ridiculous stacks of money that it's made. What's your level on GTA 5? Like 340. If I kept playing it at the regularity that I was around 20... Well, I started playing on launch. It was like an on-off thing, and then... Yeah. I have a lot of hours in it. I'd probably be like level 500 if I kept playing it at a regularity. If you talk about GTA Online, you should talk about Red Dead Online and how they completely abandoned it. I maxed out the levels in Red Dead Online. I actually really liked that game, and I thought it was a shame that they abandoned it. Then again, I probably wouldn't have liked... Like, honestly... Yeah, they did kill El Cayo Perico. I'm really mad about that, because I was about to think that Rockstar was doing good things with their updates, and then they made that one worse. Red Dead Online is probably as good as it is because it hasn't received content updates that just gut it. If GTA Online makes so much money, why did Take-Two release that bad remaster? They can do more than one thing at once. And the nostalgia crowd was big, because the people who were nostalgic about the older GTA games are not the kind of people who want to play GTA Online. Did they ever do anything with Mexico? I don't think so. Games Workshop or Electronic Arts? Which is the shittier company? Oh, I was thinking about this. Does anybody remember End Times? Does anybody remember when they killed Warhammer Fantasy right before the big renaissance of Warhammer Fantasy? So they could force people to play Age of Sigmar? Anybody remember when they invalidated the campaign they did and made Grimgor Ironhide the greatest character lose? Actually, he's not the greatest character, but he represents the greatest faction. He's the one person who liked Red Dead. Are you referring to me? I look at it more like I didn't regret my time with it. Like, you have to understand how much of a job that GTA Online is, and how much that's not the case in Red Dead Online. EA has a higher body count in terms of both franchises and projects. I'm sure there's tons of Warhammer games that have been canceled over the years. Age of Sigmar rules are better than fantasy. Yeah, but they could just make those rules for fantasy if they wanted to. Games Workshop is almost as bad as Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast, they're one of those companies that like has a cycle, and they're in the like really shitty PR part of their cycle. Impressively so, I have to say. I would say that I was going to get some Pathfinder books, but it's not true, and I don't want to encourage people to mention GURPS. Age of Sigmar has awesome lore. I don't buy it. Did you see the GDC Bungie presentation? No. You can send it to me, I guess. Any tabletop RPG is a scam. You can no longer use the models because they're the wrong size. I mean, What are they gonna do? Enforce it? Have you tried the new Valheim update? No, I haven't played Valheim in a minute. But yeah, I thought about doing the Total War series. The only problem with that is that's like a 500-hour video. Like, I'm not kidding. The number of campaigns and things to talk about with that game is quite staggering. Because of course, I have an axe to grind with how the greenskins were treated for like half of that series' life, where it took Grom the Paunch to reform greenskins into being a playable fucking faction again, because they had basically been neglected since launch. Fallout 76, Skyrim, or Fallout 4? Fuck Fallout 4, marry Fallout 76, kill Skyrim. Because the thing about marrying Fallout 76 is, as a live service game, it's continually getting updates. So I'd hate to marry a game that the only updates are Creation Club stuff. Did you see the Lex Friedman interview with Todd? It was abysmal. Isn't that the one where he said his son makes him watch my videos? No, the Elder Scrolls videos. Are you going to do an analysis on the Thief games? I like the Thief games. I might do a smaller video on them, but it's not on the long video list. Ignore Skyrim mods. Well, see, if you bring mods into the equation, then it's a different question. I was answering it from the perspective of you have to play the unmodded version. Lex Friedman is a smooth brain. I've only very recently heard people talking about him. He said Skyrim was his favorite game of all time. I mean, he's allowed to have that opinion, you know. I don't know how much of a gamer he is. If you play a lot of video games and you say that Skyrim's your favorite, yeah, that's definitely a questionable statement, but I mean, like, if you haven't played that many, it's not the worst thing to say. GTA 5 RP or RDR2 RP? I don't know much about Red Dead Redemption 2's RP scene, so I'm going to have to default to GTA 5's. In a perfect world, 76's content would be Fallout 4 DLC. No, no. I don't think you know what you're signing up for with that, buddy. I've played 140 hours of Fallout 76. I can tell you right now, I don't think you know what you're signing up for. I don't think Lex had played Morrowind or Oblivion. I wouldn't really fault him if he thought that Skyrim was better than those games. Are you going to cover fan content, i.e. quests of Morrowind, Oblivion? There was talks before of doing a making like a mod pack based on the like observations that I've made about things that would be cool. You know, stuff like the travel services being denied to you if you were carrying contraband and stuff like that. Because I think that would be cool. I think it would be really cool if like one of the rewards from doing the Great Houses was that you got a license to carry like ebony and glass because you were in government now. Any thoughts on the Elder Scrolls modding community and its projects? Every time I think down about them, I remember what goes on in the Fallout modding community and just kind of like, yeah, I guess it could be worse. The rebirth of 76 is such a shame because it feels like nobody cares about it. Good. The rebirth is like, that's an AstroTurf campaign if I've ever seen one. That's a lie. Like, straight up. Which house are you going to choose in Hogwarts Legacy? Depends on if I play it. I feel like Slytherin. I'm attracted to, well, hang on. No, wait, they're kids. I retract that statement. I was going to say I'm attracted to ambitious women, so like Slytherin's the way to go, but then I remembered that like it's literally a high school. And then like before high school, like some of those kids aren't even I'm attracted to the Slytherin professors. How about that? Ubisoft dying is not entirely surprising. It's not surprising at all. Talking to somebody who plays Siege. Dropped off for a few years because the content updates weren't that good. Some of the new operators are cool. Zombie's pretty cool. Really interesting idea, but a lot of them suck. And I don't know. I feel like the game's been run into the ground. Do you get to choose your own house? I believe that's... Yes, I believe that's the idea. Because there's like a pseudo RPG element to it. Play any R6 Extraction? No. Yeah, the sad thing about Siege, and it was something I knew about going in, was that because you can't host your own servers, there's not going to be... I don't think there can be a big scene of like, we're going to do 2016 era Siege, or like we're going to do new custom maps or anything like that. Because I think the big problem with that game is a lack of new maps, so that there's kind of a map knowledge meta, and just a refusal to work on some operators in that game. Like, holy god, you would think it was a MOBA for how some of those characters got abandoned. Early Siege was amazing. Definitely. The absolute state of the Tom Clancy gaming brand. Yeah, because, well, here's what happened. A lot of Ubisoft employees realized that Tom Clancy's a very pro-US government kind of series. Very pro-authoritarian, but not in the way that they like. They like their, I don't get why they like their particular brand of authoritarianism, but they don't like the Tom Clancy stuff, and so they kind of have to rebrand it with like a, like the Korean operators. They had to rebrand that with like a coat of Watch Dogs paint. Neocon? I wouldn't say neocon. I think the term is uniparty, but Tom Clancy was a neocon. Tom Clancy was of his era. Like, there's a different connotation between neoconservatism today and what was going on when Tom Clancy was prevalent. How can you be involved with Tom Clancy and not know he's extremely pro-US? Well, I think they do know that, and I think they see modern Tom Clancy as being a vehicle to do some kind of social change with that series. What's your favorite FromSoft title? Dark Souls 3. I do like Dark Souls 3. I liked Dark Souls 1 when it came out, but I never beat it. I would get to Anor Londo and kind of lose passion with the game because it kind of sets you up for something that it isn't in the latter part. And then I didn't like Dark Souls 2 very much. And Dark Souls 3 is really what brought the series back for me and made me like go back to Dark Souls 1 and finish it. And it was the archers, wasn't it? No, I beat Anor Londo. Got the Lord Vessel, and I would start doing I'd start doing the Cease place, and you know, it would like it dropped off for me. Favorite Splinter Cell game and why is it Blacklist? I've definitely seen Blacklist make the popular comeback over the years. No, I do like the first. I did actually like playing the first Splinter Cell game. What genre of games are off limits to you? Like in terms of making making a video about it? Racing games, I guess. Favorite Assassin's Creed? 4, but I do like the first two. I would say the first two are kind of junk food games for sure. You know, you like them, but you do have to admit that they're bad for you. You can generate power with the amount of spinning Tom Clancy's doing in his grave. I'm sure when he started writing the Hunt for Red October that he never imagined that his name was going to be a franchise for video games. Definitely an odd one. I'm Cho Chang, y'all. You're objectively wrong about AC4. No, I get why people don't like AC4, and I don't like it for a lot of the same reasons. There's way too many tailing missions, and it is probably overrated in terms of how good the naval combat is, but Assassin's Creed 4 is definitely a vibe. Would you do a review on the Persona games? I don't know if I want to open that can of worms. I think I would have to make some choices in my life. Isn't that where Joseph Anderson went wrong? Where's my wife? The Telvanni Dark Elf VTuber. Actually, that's a great question. Could I get the Delta Fear from the Skyrim video made with like the Helm of Domination and the robes? That's a great question. I know, of course, you're asking for the anime girl model. I don't have them loaded right now, is the deal. And I did want to move away from them because I'm generally moving away from Elder Scrolls. I know I'm using literally a Morrowind model right now, but that's just because I need a model and this is what I have. So we'll have to get more anime girl models of different flavors. The whole deal is I can't really make new models until I know what I'm going to be committing to next for a long time. And I think what's going to happen is I'm going to take the general spirit of those models that exist and just port them over to whatever the new style is. But until we know that, Pat will make a family of 6 as soon as he finishes his first Persona video. What I'll say is when I start having children, that's not going to slow down the video production. Forsaken protagonist model. We had a Forsaken model. That was the Breton girl. The best one was the Falmer girl. And so I will say, when I made her, like Jolene was an inspiration for her. You can see it in the pose. You can not in the way, like I didn't intend for it with the way she dressed, and I didn't intend for it with her hair. Because like the whole thing with her hair is if you look at the Falmer witch models, they tie their hair up in kind of similar buns. And her hair was just that way because she's supposed to be blind. And just she doesn't pay a lot of attention to it. Turns out I made kind of Jolene and then did the Jolene pose. Will you make an Outer Worlds video? It's in the plans. I've done a second playthrough. I've played through the entire game on Supernova difficulty. I have more positive opinions of it now than I used to. Her stand is, you know, that's something I've always struggled with is like, oh, what would my stand be if I had one? And then I was like, you know, I really don't want to commit to making one. JoJo passive brain rot. I think JoJo active brain rot. Remember when someone made hentai and you liked it on your main Twitter account? That was Giga Chad shit. When I do the Hawaiian shirt runs, there's going to be a limited print run of a Hey Gal print of the anime girls. So ever got into Berserk? No, because so when I first heard about Berserk, what I had heard about it was that the author was on like a huge hiatus, and so I never got into it. I kind of wish I had before he had died, so that I could have had strong opinions about it. Now draw her pregnant. Now draw her feet. I think The Outer Worlds got more hate than it deserved. It's obviously small in scope. The problem with The Outer Worlds, and I think this is objective, like I have objective data that this is the problem, is the way that it starts. It starts very badly and just poisons that well. Is that the reason you didn't get into A Song of Ice and Fire? No. The reason I didn't get... I bought the first book of A Song of Ice and Fire, and I've read a little bit of it, but I was like really busy in my life at that point, and then I got depressed, and so I never finished reading it. And that's kind of why I got into it, which was like in 2015. And I had no idea who George Martin was or like what was going on with that series. What's your favorite type of movie genre? Joker core. We watched all of the movies that are in that genre, and I really liked Les Samurai, and there was I insisted that we watch Whiplash, and some of the people like didn't show up, so it had like half the viewership we normally did, and which was a shame because it was like one of the best movies that we played, and I was like, you guys are really sleeping on Whiplash as a movie. That shit speaks to my soul. Is the samurai a Redditor? No, he's French, so the Les Samurai is accurate. Taxi Driver is the best of Joker core. Taxi Driver was good, but I think it fell off in the end, and a lot of those movies don't. Les Samurai, not Les Samurai. My French teacher insisted that it was Les. I had 1 year of French, and I think my teacher was dying of lung cancer. When is developer direct starting? 52 minutes. I don't know. I thought The Outer Worlds was mediocre all around. Okay. Outer Worlds is really complicated to talk about. I think it's a game that it's overhated, and a lot of the problems are tied to the beginning and tied to anything that has to do with the board. I saw a lot of potential in the Monarch section, and there was a lot of issues with that, with the way it's constructed. Peril on Gorgon, though, is maybe the best DLC that Obsidian has ever done. Like, Peril on Gorgon was just amazing. I don't know what exactly it was. I don't know if, like, because I was doing Supernova and I had gone through, like, I was level 30 when I got there, and it was just, like, the right combination of elements that all came together. But Peril on Gorgon was really good. Murder on Eridanos fucking sucks. Peril on Gorgon is amazing. It does the telling the story through audio logs and terminals thing, right? But I read and listened to all of that. Okay, and at the same time, I was playing Fallout 76, which does that, and it's fucking terrible. But like, I was invested in all those terminals. I felt like it was so much more nuanced than the regular Outer Worlds, and I felt like the conflict of that DLC should have been the conflict of the main game. And it helps a lot that it was like Serenity. If the game was Firefly, Peril on Gorgon is Serenity. You didn't like Murder on Eridanos. Why not? The conflict's kind of stupid. The murder investigation is not the best constructed and it ends really poorly. And that's kind of a shame. Like, Peril on Gorgon is a very serious story about the creation of these marauders and like the horrible conditions that led to that. And it was like, you really, I don't know, it handled the sentiments and the thesis that the game has about corporations in a much more nuanced way. And then you get to Murder on Eridanos, and the corporations are trying to put brainworms into everybody's heads through alcohol. And it's just like, you know, this sucks. Like, and there's some cool stuff about Murder on Eridanos. I think it uses the companions better. There's a lot of... Murder on Eridanos is where the comedy kind of works better. With, like... I really like the bit where my character would taste the murder investigation stuff, because that bit builds each time that it happens, and it has a big punchline, and it's just really well done. And there's stuff on Murder of Eridanos, like they'll acknowledge your phobias, which is really cool. But the companions in Outer Worlds felt pretty weak in general. The companions in Outer Worlds are weak in the base game, where most of the time it's just... they just throw like a quip out, and it's not even the most quippy thing, but it's like they'll say something that doesn't really contribute to the conversation. But on Monarch, it felt like the Vicar is definitely good for the entire game, but on Monarch it felt like the characters were actually in tune with what the core conflict of the game was. So, like, there's this great conversation on Monarch where, if you bring, like, no matter who you bring, they contribute to the actual conversation. They're not just throwing out a quip, but, like, and, like, even characters that you would think, like, Felix is normally useless, and Nyoka gives a really bad first impression, and they still had insightful things to say during the conversation with the main guy that runs Monarch. And so it was like, there's so much potential there. And then the conflict on Monarch sucks with the Iconoclasts. The Iconoclasts were horribly handled, I think. Did you like the main story and character? Oh, no. The main story is fucking terrible in Outer Worlds. Like, the only good story in Outer Worlds is Peril on Gorgon. Companions need to be more than just an extra gun. Well, that was what was interesting, right? So the Vicar was like pro board, and then, like, if you notice, the companion select screen is actually a spectrum of how pro versus anti-board they are. And then, like, Ellie's on the left side, the anti-board side, but she doesn't care. And Sam's on the right side, the pro board side. He also doesn't care, but he's a robot, so he's going to be pro board. And then you have the Vicar, and then Felix, and then Nyoka is, like, on the pro board side, but, like, in the middle, and Parvati's on the anti-board side, but in the middle. Or it might be the other way around. Yeah, I think Parvati's on the pro board side. But Vicar's argument with the Iconoclast dude was like a kid's arguing religion on the playground. Very true. It's like the Vicar is good in every situation except with the ones that you think he would be good in. But Pat, the food doesn't have nutriments. Oh my god, the fucking core conflict of Outer Worlds is so stupid. It's such a bad story. There's no such thing as a shadow food crisis. The symptoms are extremely obvious, and if you had a character like Dr. Phineas Wells in the setting, he would absolutely notice that it was going on. I don't speak fucking French. I did think that was a funny dilemma. It didn't take itself serious enough. A lot of the humor is front-loaded, and that's kind of the problem. Main reason I stopped playing Outer Worlds is how wildly incompetent anyone affiliated with the board is. Yes, even, like, Akande was supposed to be, like, the reasonable character who like, is putting up with the board, but she's the best bet for the colony, and even she is taking her moron pills. Why does this weird man keep talking when that adorable horse is behind him is clearly the star? The horse has always been the star. The horse has been here longer than the VTuber model. I used to do streams that were just this. Okay, we did have a video on screen, but yeah, like 30 minutes of the first couple Skyrim streams were just the horse and chat. And so it was like I was the horse. I'm just hoping the Outer Worlds 2 will be a massive improvement. Buddy, I got fucking news for you.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting.
Hang on.
This will make our game seem...
There's not enough cringe if you can't hear it. You can't hear it, right? For some reason, this browser's not... You could? That's interesting. That has some interesting implications. Okay, Iridium's on the volume mixer now, so I can throw it in channels 1 and 2.
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever.
Okay, that's why.
Suddenly,
3 and 4 is on
for
top.
No reason,
You can blame the gamer muzzle.
these pointless slow-motion shots.
Yeah, so this was like the worst trailer at the E3 stream. Like, legendarily bad. And, yeah, I'm not gonna put you through that. I liked it. No, you have to understand the context that it came out in, where it's faux self-aware. It's like it's kind of lame when fucking Devolver does it. But no, I don't think Outer Worlds 2 is going to be good, because I haven't seen any sign that they've learned their lesson from the first game. Are you at all interested in Baldur's Gate 3? I saw a Plague of Gripes video on it about how, like, it's a really strict DM. It's self-aware while doing everything it mocks. Yeah, and it's like one hand of Obsidian isn't talking to the other hand of Obsidian. That's the other problem with it. Well, okay, I'm going to put this down. I bet Devolver's going to have a bit about over-quippy protagonists. Yeah, I would say that, it's like, that is Obsidian's problem, is that they're acting like they're not a corporation, and that they still got it. They're the sellout artist that still pretends that they're nice and hip. Even though their last couple albums have sucked. I tolerate it from Devolver, but no one else. That's because Devolver earns the right to do that. Okay, so what I need to do ahead of the stream... Okay, this is going to pose a problem, because when Private Sessions comes on, and he's on... Discord's on 1 and 2, and... I've got 2 audio channels and 3 different things that need different volumes. I can't turn it down on my end because I need to be able to hear it. It's just that the stream doesn't need to hear it. So I'll just play Iridium on 3 and 4. And I'll tune 3 and 4. Sounds good to me. I can't believe I bought an audio interface with 2 channels, and that ended up not being enough. You'd think I was a professional or something. Obsidian was never good. Chris Avallone just carried them. I would say more that Obsidian's having the problems that Raven Software would have had if they had lived longer. No, it's not input. It's not input channels. I got 2 input channels and only use 1. It's output channels. So 1 and 2 is the Fallout music, and 3 and 4 is going to be the stream, but they need to be at different volume levels, and then I need another channel for the other person that's going to be calling in 8 minutes. Why do all of them have to have this Rick and Morty irony shit? Because they beat their wives, I guess. I don't know. Allegedly. No, it's just our society goes back and forth on irony and whether or not having passion about things is the worst sin. So it's like, you know how anytime anybody enjoys something, they make a soy jack out of it, which is like, if you enjoy it, you know, you don't fucking care. They make soy jacks out of Morrowind fans. I don't give a shit. But the trend of mocking everybody who just is guilty of enjoying things, that's kind of the other edge of the irony sword. And a lot of the people who do that hate the irony stuff and don't realize that they're contributing to that process. So it's like, it should be a good thing that you feel passionate about stuff and that you can enjoy things. And it's like, yeah, Forspoken's dialogue is pretty fucking cringe, not gonna lie. But you're allowed to like it. I don't get it. I don't get why you like it. I don't like it. But you are allowed to like it. If that's really what you're into. We've been in the irony phase for like 25 years now, though. We've been in the irony phase so long that we passed post-irony. I don't know what you're talking about. As you understand, I've already drawn you as a soy jack. Just turn the volume down on the dialogue. No, the volume's down on gonna be down on Developer Direct. So I don't want to run afoul of copyright issues. It's gonna be louder than when I did E3, but it's not gonna be like full volume. You need to go find your own thing if you're actually gonna watch it. This is us making fun of the dumpster fire that is Microsoft. The irony phase should have ended with Yeek. Yeah, but you see, okay, so Yeek is faux postmodern. I don't think the writer understood what the hallmarks of postmodern writing is, and that his analysis of the character wasn't substantive enough. And like, in a postmodern story, you kind of break down the core identities of a person. So like, a good example, in my opinion, being a pop culture pleb, Evangelion's a really good postmodern story. And what it does with its story is it takes Shinji and strips aspects of his identity and amount of the control he has. So like a great scene where this really starts is with the part where they take control of the Evo away from him, and he has to watch as the robot that he controls acts without his volition and does something that he really doesn't want it to do. And then you see that they've taken away the power, and from that point on, aspects of Shinji get stripped away, and that's why at the end they all turn into Fanta, because they're literally stripping away parts of their humanity to get to the core issues that are these characters. And Yeek could be the same way, where it breaks down the stuff and it actually has a point that like, hey, you're a very wordy person who sucks all of the oxygen out of any room that you enter, but it really doesn't do that. With The Last of Us show taking off, are you ready for the Joel and one debate to take off if there's a season 2? They could do a a TV original ending. I don't know. Art parody movies like Hot Shots or Scary Movie basically postmodern? No, they're irony. Postmodern is a reactionary philosophy to modernism. Modernism put art and kind of culture into it, tried to put everything into neat boxes, and that's where a lot of the structures that we use to identify different things came from, was modernism, because it was trying to make sense of the world through attaching labels to everything, attaching tags to everything, that and descriptors and what have you. And postmodernism was like, can you really identify a person by just a list of tags? Is that the case? And that's why postmodernism focuses so much on like stripping those tags away, because it's trying to get to the core of what a person is and what their issues are. But the thing you have to understand about postmodernism is that we are already past that. We're well past that, because then you had irony and you had post-irony. And we're like post-irony. And so anybody that's still going on about postmodernism really doesn't get that, like, we did that experiment and we found out that no, you can't just define people by a set of tags. People are more complex than just the layers of identity that they have. Isn't postmodernism just saying there's no objective truth and everything is subjective? Okay, so that is like kind of part of it. Really what it is that your perception of reality comes through a lens of your sensory organs, and if those sensory organs can be impaired, then you can't really make the case that you have an objective perspective on reality. Now, of course, the answer to that is that we have things like language and communication with other people, and so you can get a good basis of what's really going on, even if necessarily it is being put through a filter. We do understand the mechanisms of how that filter works, and so, but no, that's not all that it's about. What is a man? Throws wine at glass. A miserable pile of tags. So postmodernism is like saying ogres have layers. No, postmodernism is peeling all the layers off the ogre and getting to the soul of the man, the soul of Shrek. That is a totally unpredictable worldview. How can you agree that 2 + 2 = 4 then? Because we all generally come to that same conclusion. Like, it's not an excuse to say that there's no such thing as objectivity because everybody sees things through a subjective lens. It's like, no, we have a set of equipment, and if it works properly, you have a pretty good view of what's going on in the world. Do you like your ogres with or without the peel? The question is, do you cry if you peel an ogre? Can I preemptively change his volume? Welcome, you're live. FYI. Make sure you're not going to overpower me. You said something for a second and then... Okay, that's how I change your volume.
Am I good?
Yeah, you can talk.
Alright. Came in during a very heady discussion, I see.
Mm-hmm. Very huddy, which is mostly just that you're dumb and you don't understand what's going on.
I learned something. No, I learned I need to watch Whiplash. That's what I need to do.
Whiplash is a good movie. Anybody who is artistically inclined should watch Whiplash and see if they synergize with that movie. Did you see the Acer Thorn thing?
Yeah. He's at it again.
Legally speaking, Your Honor, I have no bitches. Private, what are your tags? You used to be a subjectivist, didn't you?
A subjectivist?
Yeah, you were just kind of into like, this is my personal opinion.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. I don't really I don't think I really have any tags per se.
Everybody's got tags, you just gotta find them. Whiplash also works well as an analog for academia and the burnout, in my opinion. It works well as an analog for most things where your ambition can burn you out. Tags, Patrician Light. Ooh. Maybe Patrician like. What's the difference between the roguelike and roguelite? Private Sessions tag is having the only good opinion on Mass Effect. That's probably true.
Well,
I don't know. Did you think that Commander Shepard having a romance with people on his ship was a bad thing? I don't think you did. I think you...
I didn't really touch that. But I think I think it had some implications for the greater community that game ended up attracting. I'll just leave it at that.
How come I couldn't fuck Rex?
They I don't think BioWare is hip with the scalies just yet.
I think BioWare's been a net negative on the industry.
I think they've been. So I did an interview with your favorite son a few days ago, and he asked the question, was like, so what was like the biggest like contribution that Mass Effect's had with the with like gaming as a whole, and like I stopped myself short of being like what impact, because they have had some impact, but I feel like it's been greatly diminished after Mass Effect 3's ending and Mass Effect Andromeda.
I think BioWare's big contribution to the industry was making people think that dialogue is the defining feature of an RPG.
I feel like, I don't know, because there's a lot of games that were going in that direction already. I think if they weren't the ones who picked up that mantle or that flag, somebody else would have. I think it was just right place, right time, more or less.
Who was pushing it hard though when BioWare was doing it?
Let's see.
The Witcher was very gameplay focused in its first game, and I think that its trends towards dialogue was more informed by what BioWare was doing, because it was kind of a BioWare clone. Yeah, it was a Dragon Age clone. In a lot of senses, anyways. And so they followed what BioWare was doing, and when BioWare did more dialogue, that's where The Witcher went.
Where did Knights, like the Old Republic and stuff, where did those land? Those games I haven't really played.
Okay, so those games were pretty dialogue heavy because they did use what was it, D&D 3.5, I think. They used a tabletop system, so it's a D20 system, and so they're not as gameplay focused, and like a lot of what people are talking about with those games is what happens in the story. Planescape is very dialogue heavy. Yeah, I get that argument. Like, I'm not saying there weren't dialogue heavy games before. I'm saying the perception that an RPG has to have dialogue in it to be considered an RPG, a la what we experienced with Fallout 76, is a consequence of BioWare's influence on the industry.
I don't know. I feel like it was gonna happen one way or the other. If BioWare didn't do it, somebody else was gonna do it.
I don't know. I don't buy it. I largely attribute it to the Mass Effect games, because some people saw the gameplay in those things as just the dirty thing that you had to do to get what you want. Is this the rise of dialogue RPGs or the decline of blobbers and combat-heavy RPGs, though? What this is a response to the criticism that Fallout 76 is an RPG because it doesn't have humans or dialogue. Which I kind of heavily disagree with. So it shouldn't be surprising as like a very gameplay-oriented person, as somebody who likes Morrowind, and Morrowind has very simple dialogue in comparison, that yeah, I don't see dialogue as being a 100% necessary thing.
Well, so what you mean is dialogue as in dialogue choices, right? Like you do need...
even just talking to people. I mean, if you made a game that was just dungeons and you never talked to anybody, but it had character progression, and yeah, I would say that's an RPG. I think there's a couple games from like the 80s RPGs that are like that. I just think that it's fallacious to say that dialogue is a 100% necessary thing.
I think it can be done, yeah.
Well, Fallout 76 was very bad and people blamed it on a lack of dialogue. What's ironic is that I am firmly of the belief that if Fallout 76 had a good launch with the story that it had, people would have been of the opinion that it was better than Fallout 3 and 4. And I know that we talked about that a lot with our... I mean, fuck, we sat down and just sat in the game until the game server shut down that night. talking about how just awful the DLC was and how kind of great the base game was and how we would have preferred to play a pre-Wastelanders version but post-bug fixing.
The problem was that it was only parts of the base game that were good. The going back and rewatching like all of our stuff for the Raiders section.
Well, yeah,
yes,
I do stand by. And you know what's funny is the Raider section has an NPC that you talk to. So the worst part of the main quest is the part that has an NPC and dialogue.
Yeah, you do have dialogue options with Rose.
Games like Dark Souls and Morrowind are the exception, where you can roleplay simply with the mechanics of the game and incidental story elements, i.e. covenants and equipment. If you mean roleplay in the sense of what your character's like aligned with, sure, but role-playing really is just character progression. Or at least that's one perspective. And then you can go the other route and just have a almost purely dialogue-focused game that's also an RPG. It's a pretty broad genre. Is Destiny an RPG? I don't know anything about the progression in Destiny to say if it is or not. I've been told it's a looter shooter. And that's kind of its own thing where the progression is just the weapons you have. Like, it's progression, but it's not really character progression, if that makes sense. What can't be considered an RPG? So, like, the classic argument of you're playing a role in Call of Duty, I think is a good example of, like, that's pretty fallacious. I think the way you look at it is, does it fit into the paradigm of, like, a tabletop game? So there's different types of tabletop game. There's dialogue-focused tabletop campaigns, and then there's combat focus where they barely do any dialogue and it's all just mechanics, right? That's two different ways that people take the same game. And so it's that kind of thing to me, where it's like Call of Duty wouldn't fit into a tabletop paradigm because it's just not compatible. Because it's not acting. It's not acting necessarily. If you're playing a dialogue focused game, then yes, it is acting. Is Stalker an RPG? Isn't it just an open world game?
Aren't we past tags? Don't we live in a post irony world now? Mm-hmm. We don't need tags to define our games.
Bloons TD6 is more of an RPG than Destiny. Yeah, I guess. I've played that. Oh, did you see the legacy patch that they did for Fallout 76? Do you know what that does?
Yep. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so I had just written down how that's something that they need to do.
Yeah, I was interested in how a patch that was just fixing a handful of bugs was like 7 gigs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and what was funny was, like, I was reading posts on Reddit, which was the first mistake, but that's pretty much where Fallout 76's community is. So I was reading posts on Reddit about the topic, and they're like, I don't think there's any way that they could remove legacy weapons. And I'm like, I don't know. It's just an itemized list. Like, all you have to do is look for all the Gatling plasmas that have the explosive effect or whatever it is that you want to remove. Explosive Gauss shotguns. Genre, female protagonist. I love that female protagonist is, of course, a genre. I was talking to you about the Fallout fans don't like PvP thing. That, like, legitimately pissed me off. Just the assessment that Fallout 76 doesn't have a PvP scene because Fallout fans don't like PvP because they play single-player games. And it's like, there's so many counter-arguments to that.
Well, the question is, what was Fallout 76 intent? Like, who is the intended audience with that game? And
yeah, there was never an intended PvP scene because they were never going to commit to letting people actually be raiders against other players.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, in order to appeal to, like, you know, the PvP audience, they would have to then basically dig at the, you know, part-time gamers who just come home, play for like an hour or two each night with their girlfriend, and then just log off. It's like, I don't think these two can coexist peacefully in a way that would make for very compelling PvP that the setting would be able to facilitate. Because when I think of like the PvP that would be great for Fallout, I think of like EVE Online, where you have these like giant battles and stuff like that, where people just lose, like literal thousands upon thousands of real life dollars in items and shit like that. And it's like, that's not ever going to happen in Fallout 76. So
you're never going to be allowed to have your vampire's explosive shotgun taken away from you.
Or your camp getting burned down and stuff. Because it's like, that's what they were talking about. That's what they were implying when Todd Howard was announcing it. He's like, you know, we're going to give players these nukes and everything. And, you know, everybody has these bases that they're building up. So maybe you'll nuke each other's bases. It's like, what would happen if somebody actually dropped a nuke on my camp? I would just have to pack it up for an hour. Like, that's it.
Pat, do you think your absorption of Cumtown has irony poisoned you to the point of not genuinely enjoying things like the rest of us? No, I never jumped on the black pill train that the Cumtown people were on. Because I'm not from New York. So they would talk about like what life was like living there, and I was like, Jesus Christ, just move west.
Wait, what part of New York were they from?
They're somewhere. They never specified. I think they're not out in Long Island. I know that because they would like talk shit about it. But
oh, so then they're probably from New York City then.
Yeah. I'm not even a listener. I just listen to the uploads on YouTube, so I'm just a leech. Fuck. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention the 8chan post because like, you see that it exists. I was spot on, wasn't I? That they needed to make it a co-op game. I said that in fucking August of 2018.
You said that to me, and I was just like, yeah, this dude makes a good point, because I literally thought that was just something that you found recently during your research.
And then I was like, no, that's my post on 8chan. Yeah, I looked at the date, and my mind was blown. I was like, oh my god, I posted this before Fallout 76 came out? Yeah, I'm going to take ownership of this.
That was pretty much spot on there.
That was one of my prophetic moments, but this time I actually have proof of it. No, I've never been subtle with the 8chan thing, like, you know, I didn't go on the bad parts. It was mostly just a place where you could hang out and have decent conversations about video games. It wasn't Reddit. Why is Chris Pratt Mario's voice? Because we live in an awful time period. I don't know. I don't care. Mandalore posted on 8chan. There's a lot of YouTubers that I know posted on 8chan. But was it like V? Yeah, fuck Mark. Speaking of people from New York.
Skyrim Together going to be mentioned in the Fallout 76 video? No. It's going to be Tez 3MP instead.
Yeah, I was going to talk about how Tez 3MP is a better co-op game. A game from 2002 is better at co-op than Fallout 76.
God, the co-op experience of Fallout 76 still pisses me off. I think that was the worst part about that. There were literally many points where I had to stop and go, this is a multiplayer game. This is a game that was designed from its inception to be a co-op experience. Just watching, going through the footage, and like the amount of footage that I have to sit and just like scrub through of like you talking to an NPC, then I have to talk to the NPC because we couldn't talk to them at the same time. And then the one time where we were able to talk to the same NPC, so that was when we were doing like the tadpole events. And we could play the audio at the same exact time, and it would just overlap.
And that wasn't even talking to an NPC. That was just pushing a button.
It had just so many fucking inconsistencies like that.
I bet you remember the GG threads in AirPlay. I do remember. I didn't browse the GG threads after like the mid 2015, because that's when Gamergate was kind of over. And so there were still a few holdouts doing it, but I'm convinced Bethesda Austin had no clue what they were developing until the first trailer dropped. Actually, I think there was a pretty strong vision for an idea, and they were just handicapped by being forced to make it like a 24-player lobby kind of idea. The real problem on 8chan was the 4 a.m. people. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. Those guys were weird. I'm sure most of you just had it. Oh shit, yeah, those guys did exist. When I mentioned that. Why can't we get webms with sound on all boards already? Yeah, that's the most bizarre thing about 4chan, is that there's still soundless webms. Like, that's still a thing. Fallout 76 should have just been a Fallout game with co-op. Yep, that's my general observation. That's exactly what, if you were going to do multiplayer in the Bethesda formula, that you're doing co-op. You can't do any kind of competitive. Competitive's never going to work. MMO's never going to work. Lobby-based survival's never going to work. So your last option there is co-op,
which is what people wanted to begin with. That's, or at least their I want to play Fallout with my girlfriend for 2 hours after we get home from work. That's it. That's all we want. Just do that. See, the reason I think the reason they didn't go that route is because then they would have made a whole new Fallout game, and they wanted to do Fallout 76 on the cheap, as strange as that sounds. So, what better way to do that than to just make a game that's, light on the content, and then just have the players make the content for them. And then you just monetize that.
They did have the Fallout Battle Royale for like a year. Actually, it was 2 years.
I'm sad. I'm gonna have to look up videos and stuff to see what that was like. I'm sad that I missed that.
Yeah, by all accounts, it was like the best part of the game. It was just that they never did any updates for it. And so, like, people got tired of playing it, and then they were like, well, there's nobody playing it. We gotta cancel it.
And no anti-cheat.
I'm still confused why they didn't make 76 similar to GTA Online. My thoughts on that are, with GTA Online, you can have one-shot kill headshots, and 76 could never work like that because of how its health system worked. So, and I like people talked about, like, it can't be multiplayer because VATS is auto-aim, and it's like, fucking, not really, you know? I mean, yes, it is auto-aim, but really it's like the only aim because of the critical hit system.
You mean crits? The only way you can do damage to certain bosses?
Yeah, it just straight up ignores damage reduction. There was a problem with AFK farmers on Nuclear Winter. Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm sure it was a problem, but that's not what killed the mode.
That's also an easy thing for them to fix. You don't have any inputs for X amount of time, alright, just kick them out to the lobby.
Well, it's weird. Isn't a battle royale winner determined? What the fuck? Hang on. You roboted out there for a second. Are you good? Oh, I think he's dead.
Who? Me?
Oh, you're back.
I think Discord was freaking out.
Yeah, it was almost certainly a Discord problem. Most wasted potential APB Reloaded could have been a good online crime sim, but it wasn't. I mean, I think a lot of people fell in love with the idea of APB Reloaded, but I don't think it ever really had much of a chance. You still alive?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I really enjoyed watching the videos of people hacking Nuclear Winter to do things like fly or tank nukes because Bethesda never fixed it the entire time it was online. Yeah, like, they completely neglected it and then were, like, surprised that nobody wanted to play it once it got infested with hackers and a horrible meta manifested. And it's like, I think I know what they knew what they were doing. They realized that PvP was pointless to chase after, and so they catered to the PvE market that logs in for an hour a day, farms their rep, does their events, gets their daily script limit, rolls for their legendary item, runs the content treadmill, gets their bullion, and then logs off. In and out. Yeah, I keep them coming back regular so they can see what's up in the item shop, and they keep re-upping their Fallout first.
Yeah. Get your dailies done for the day. Jesus Christ, that game has so many dailies, too.
The monetization's not as bad as GTA Online, though. Like, trust me, I could go on for hours about how bad GTA Online is.
Well, yeah, GTA Online literally just lets you buy your way out of the progression. Or out of the grind, I should say.
Well,
you want that new yacht? No, you just fucking buy some shark cards.
Yeah, and it was a thing of, like, the game is structured very much that, like, you're gonna play all the content once, but then you look at the price tags and everything, and it's like, it is impossible to even make a return on investment playing it once, let alone any kind of profit. Ever tried Guild Wars 2? That game is the most boring gaming experience I've ever had. Yes, I did do a couple runs as commander, though, guiding people through public events, which is actually pretty fun. But yeah, I get why people think Guild Wars 2 is extremely boring. It kind of is. But at the same time, Guild Wars 2 is a good example of an MMO that has a story which can be played cooperatively. It does all of those things. I can't say Guild Wars 2 has a good story. I can't say that Guild Wars 2 is particularly fun, but it is an MMO. It has a story mode with dialogue and options and everything that can be played cooperatively. What killed me is that GTA only had character forwarding for like a year after Generation Switch, so I had to start all over. Are you one of the Xbox 360 people? Because those people weren't allowed to character transfer for a reason. They locked those fuckers down. There was a lot of cheating back on the 360. Which, you know, I don't give a shit about, but Rockstar does. Alright, 4 minutes. Big predictions. We're gonna car game, Redfall, Minecraft cringe, ESO, justifying bad updates or something.
Yep, that sounds about right.
And GTA Online, okay, well, okay, here's the problem with going, there's a car with a parachute that costs $4 million. That number doesn't make any sense until you explain that $1 United States dollar equals 56,000 GTA bucks. And then you put into context that like some of these updates had like hundreds of dollars of content. And it was just like absurdly priced. And they would sell like griefer tools for like $50 shark cards. It's almost as bad as War Thunder, but at least War Thunder adds new mechanics whenever they add the new vehicles. And they like try to balance the ratings of everything. There has to be Starfield footage? No, there's not going to be any Starfield today. They're going to do Starfield as it's a whole thing. It's going to be its own thing. Like next month.
So why do you think this event's happening?
Cause they let go like 10,000 people today and tried to drum up some positive PR, I guess. I don't know. Fucking January's dump month.
So my theory is that because they're getting, butt fucked by the FTC and the EU regulators and everything like that, they've been trying to play it like on the down low for the past like few months. That's why we just haven't been seeing any marketing shit really coming out of Microsoft. That's why they're MIA at the game
Awards.
Game Awards, yeah, whatever the fuck that shit is. And
which I wanted to stream but didn't.
But they can only push that off for so long, so now we're just going to get a dedicated event out in the middle of January where nobody's watching.
No less than 5 War Thunder players have violated top secret clearances to post classified government intelligence on vehicles to argue for nerfs or buffs. Oh no, it would be a shame if somebody were to drop some F-35 documents. No, it is a shame about the F-15, but like, fuck the F-35. Does anybody really care if that gets leaked? It's not like our... If it actually came down to a war, I doubt our military would even use it. Yeah, it's like Forspoken came out of nowhere, and it's like, yeah, it's a January dump game. Of course it's cringe.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those games that gets forgotten by the time Game of the Year comes around.
What's that? Our last 20 military projects where we tried to make one thing that does everything fucking failed, and now we've done it with a jet that cost $1 trillion, and it fucking sucks at everything? Oh, who could have seen this coming? In fairness, I think jet warfare needs to end. Like, we've reached the point where people are only doing jets because the other people are doing jets.
Drones. Drones is the future.
USA is way too strong to consider using 100% of its strength in a war. Not if we, like, went to war with another major state. Like, yeah, if we pull another Afghanistan, of course the F-35 is going to be irrelevant, but... like, even North Korea would be a pretty involved conflict. Even if China were to stay out of it. Yeah, the F-35 is dangerous for the pilots. I'm glad that... China's superior military might. I found out that they don't even really have a navy. Like, that's their big investment in Taiwan, is that it would give them the ability to have a navy. Or a better ability. Like, the U.S., like, our merchant marines are protecting their shipping lanes. I hate premieres. Wait. This is a premiere.
Yeah.
These fucks. It's a pre-recorded event. In fairness, I could have told you it was going to be pre-recorded because there was like a hearing disabled alternative, and I'm like, it'd be really difficult to set that up for a live event. Which one of the Outer Worlds or Fallout 76 video do you think will be released first? I've written more of the Fallout 76 video than I have the Outer Worlds video.
That's just because Fallout 76 inspires such fiery opinions.
I don't know. I need to watch some Fallout 76 videos. So I'm going to be rewatching the Joseph Anderson one, and then I don't know who else has really done a big Fallout 76 video.
That's the thing. I was looking for some. I wasn't finding any except for Joseph Anderson's thing.
Yeah, my theory was that like the people who cover Bethesda games are always like single players, and so a multiplayer game is like too intimidating for them.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, there is a lot to this game to unpack.
F-35 can be used to launch Tomahawks from it. That's why it's good enough. That's the problem with the F-35. It's good enough.
We have another starting soon screen after the premiere screen.
They know how YouTube works, right? I think Internet Historian did Fallout 76 video. Oh, good. I get to talk shit about Internet Historian again in another one of these fucking dumb redemption arc videos.
Oh, yeah, the fall of 76.
All right, hang on. I gotta... Here we go. It's on 5-second delay, and it's not gonna be very loud. You don't have to deal with it. Is it playing audio? Yeah, they have audio.
It's very quiet.
Very quiet, but it does exist.
Yeah, I think most of my the stuff that I'm going to watch for Fallout 76 is going to be just people playing the game and stuff. Content that I can no longer have access to, so.
The Ingoodening of Cyberjunk 2077. Oh no, are we opening with car game? I like the idea that this is the Microsoft headquarters and they just have like supercars in the lobby that you have to walk by to get to the elevator.
We are a people's first company after we just dumped 10,000 people.
We care about the employees.
Yeah. Oof, Microsoft, they really should have pushed that off. Just, you know, do the layoffs next week. How much is that really going to cost you?
Listen, payroll, man, it's rough. Is Microsoft even close to their report? Hang on, are we on... Is this Arabic subtitles? Why is it Arabic subtitles? Who the hell is Tango Softworks? Alright, so we're starting with Mojang. I thought we'd start with Car Company.
Hello, I'm Dennis Reese.
It's not
executive
accidentally a
producer of Minecraft
slideshow,
Legends.
guys.
And today, we'd like to give you an insider's look at how we're building the PvP multiplayer experience for the game.
Hang on.
Minecraft Legends is a
Filters.
new action strategy game set in a lush...
I gotta turn this down.
It introduces
No
epic
copyright gleam.
and you can form alliances with new and familiar Minecraft mobs to stop the invading piglins.
Minecraft Legends will let you play the story-driven campaign as an online co-op experience together with your friends.
Hmm.
And we will also
See, I shouldn't have messed with it.
play mode where two teams support cross-platform play and online matchmaking.
See? I can unfreeze it.
Possible experience, we've partnered with Blackbird Interactive to develop the game. And it's been wonderful to see their commitment and focus on the Minecraft universe.
So another outsourced project.
On Minecraft Legends.
Here at Blackbird Interactive, we have a talented team of developers who are using our background and strategy.
Well, you see, it's great when you outsource to third-party studios and stuff that you don't directly own, because those don't count as layoffs when you just terminate those contracts.
There are some really cool features that make PvP unique.
First off, players share their army and resources with their team. This means that individual players aren't able to win on their own. They must cooperate to be successful.
Oh no.
Communication is really important, and you can sort of really
This is going to be a game for the gamer muzzle.
form roles at the beginning. You're off collecting. I start.
You know what's funny is I'm looking at this, and I'm like, you know, this would work in Fallout 76 if you had a PvP mode where like two sides have their own bases, and you have like dedicated builders just sitting in camp building shit up, and like this could work.
Depending on how the map is generated, where the valleys are, the mountains are, where the secrets are, you know, where the towers are.
In Minecraft Legends,
I'm not seeing like a selling point here.
PvP.
The piglins are on
I'm
the
not
outside.
seeing anything here.
They're trying to kill both of you at the same time.
So the opposing team is not the only thing you need to worry about.
Beware of the piglins.
In PvP, there's something for everyone.
This is one of those. I'm not the target audience, so.
The enemy base. For players who enjoy exploration, they can search the world to find resources for their team, hidden treasure chests, or scout the enemy base.
Gathering resources to help the team out, that's super important. But whenever I get into a PvP match, the first thing I try to do is to track down the Regal Tiger. It's my favorite mob to ride because it's really fast, but it's also really
Okay.
For players who like building, you can spend your time building defenses and upgrading your base, because soon enough your enemy will attack, and you need to be ready.
So the first thing I do when we start is everyone runs off. I open the map, see where the enemy base is. First thing I build is what we call an upgrade tower, where it allows you to build upgrades. So I place that at the back, away from the enemy.
How is there a back away from the enemy?
You know, impenetrable bases.
Since the goal of PvP is to destroy the opposing team's base, defending your own base is really important. You have to start with a lot of walls, a lot of towers, and some gates. After that, you can just add whatever you want, freestyle it a bit. I like to add different layers of walls, so my opponents have to find their way through to my base, almost like a maze.
And then once those walls are up,
No,
I
I
actually hide my ice traps behind them.
I did not forget. This is not the first stream like this I've done. You're watching after the fact. Oh well.
Just outside the enemy base. Then I get the biggest, strongest mobs I can as fast as I can and start sending them in.
Yeah, this looks like it kind of. I don't know.
Their mobs and claim victory.
I feel like this doesn't really have a whole lot of value.
Deciding how you think you're going to crush the enemy, and then all of a sudden the hosts tell you
the opposing team just built a redstone launcher.
And you're like, I can't do
This
that.
looks like a something that's being designed by a committee.
An anti-air tower to stop the redstone launchers. You just have
It's
to
like I kind of like the
tactics.
pseudo Age of Empires
Sometimes you have
like
no idea what they're doing. And then you
RTS
see
management
something, you
aspect
find
of it,
out
but I
very
think they're being very ambitious in thinking that this is how the people are going to play it.
A while back, we had somebody
Yeah.
on the dev team use a strategy where they built a bunch of what are called plank golems, which are archers. So they're very weak, but they do a high amount of damage. And he had 40 of them, and he just ran through our base, ran around our tower, and took out our entire tower with such a simple strategy.
And that's why we still love playing it every day, because every game is different.
I also
in
feel like
every
this is just way too much time being spent on
Nah.
something that could be advertised in like 30 seconds.
Guys, I'm going to break it to you. There's totally going to be a meta that people just do every round, and it's going to suffocate the game. All the 5-year-olds getting crushed by 30-plus-year-old sweaty PvP veterans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it's going to have a very toxic community. April 1st, 2023. So we've got one game that's coming out this year. That's a nice change over the last E3. Cars. 12-year-olds don't have the brain power from Meta. They can watch YouTube videos.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris Sasaki, and welcome to Turn 10 Studios.
Chris Isekai.
Hard at work, bringing you the next generation of Forza Motorsport, built from the ground up to take advantage of the.
Yeah, they always say that.
That Minecraft game is like the MOBA pipeline.
Today, I'm joined by some of our amazing team members to show you how we are making it look real, sound real, and feel real.
How are these still selling points in the car game genre? Like, everybody does this.
$500 cars.
Forza Motorsport features over 500 cars.
Yeah, does anybody care if I just mute this? Oh, hey, the subtitles are in Arabic, so I can't use them. English. Guys, it's a car game.
The car collisions look like shit.
Yeah, I feel like there's like at least 5 games that are already on the market better than this.
Graphics. Yes. How are the physics though? How do the vehicles control? Do they still control like bricks?
And that's not what the game looked like when you were showing us the gameplay.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, look at how these cars look, and then it's like that, but that's not how they look in the gameplay.
Yeah.
Hey, look, that reflection model was using the same thing that GTA Online does, where it reflects a false version of the world instead of actually doing a reflection. It was reflecting like an outdoor Mediterranean building inside of a garage.
Oh man, and mixed audio formats that people aren't ever going to use because, you know, 99% of people don't actually have a setup for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like, I thought that the sound stuff looked cool that they were doing, but at the same time, I don't know. A lot of car games are really boring because they don't have manual transmission. I know Forza does, but
yeah, that's the thing. Is like they're talking about a bunch of shit that I don't care about as somebody who likes racing games, as somebody who liked previous Forza Motorsports games.
This is what kills every fucking Microsoft presentation, is they always dedicate so much to the Forza stuff.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, here's what I want to know. What's the campaign mode going to be like? What's the progression going to be like for the vehicles and everything? What are the how is the vehicles going to be handling and stuff? What simulations are you doing with that shit?
How are you gonna wrench in a base building mechanic for racing games don't have manual transition? Like every 2000s arcade game had that. There's a surprisingly large number of racing games I've played that had no manual transmission mode. So it's literally just you hold down the accelerator and maybe you let go of it sometimes when you want to kind of micro slow down to perfect a corner.
How many times are they gonna have to tell us that they've gone through and like laser scanned every single racetrack in the world? It's like, don't you guys just keep that information from the previous games that you've done that with?
Oh, but you see, the racetracks have been updated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, car games are like a slightly more intellectual form of like sports games.
Sports games, yeah.
And so they have to continually update them, but you know, like not much has really changed, so
Vehicle industry has definitely changed.
Mm-hmm.
What cars are you guys gonna have in here? Here's something you could put up on screen. Every single manufacturer that you're gonna have in the game.
Yeah, because people would care about that.
I've seen a Miata. Do you have like an RX-7? That'd be pretty fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's just gonna be the Miata.
Yeah, it's like I have fun driving around in BeamNG, and it's not even like the crash aspects of BeamNG. It's just there's something about that game that makes driving fun compared to a lot of these games that just feel like bang, bang, bang.
Do you guys have the new Z? If they did, they would have already shown it.
I have played Ballistic in G.
Well, I'm glad it's back. I don't know why it disappeared. I don't know why you guys did like 4 fucking Horizon games in a row.
So this is just like the pure racing one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can experience all of this in our incredible
I mean, I get why they leaned into the Horizon games. I think people like the settings more. Like that's kind of what I want from a racing game, is a good setting. And so if it's just racetracks, like fucking, what do I care? And play
yeah, but it's like I don't see why
G.
these two can't coexist. Like you said, these are basically sports games. You fucking set up a satellite studio to just pump these out every year.
Coming 2023. Okay, being delayed in 2023. All right. Does this Forza game innovate on gameplay or just dirt particles and water droplets reflection? Doesn't even look like it advanced that much.
Yeah.
Hey, an outdated meme. That's a good first impression for this.
Well, you see, we had that idea. We wrote the script for this trailer like 2 years ago.
You wrote the script for this trailer in 2014? Oh no. Is this Forspoken? Is this going to be one of those games that has a mod made for it that shuts the protagonist up?
Oh man.
Is this Rooster Teeth aesthetic?
Oh, they fucking put Black Keys on here. This song doesn't even make any fucking sense in this context. Come on.
Oh yeah. Speaking out of the copyright bot.
Jesus Christ, I'm insulted there.
But see, the character has good taste in music. That's his signature thing. He has a music player in his chest. He has a $1,200 Sony Walkman in his chest.
They were like, what band is popular? Oh, the Black Keys are pretty popular, I guess. Let's just go on Spotify. What's their most played game song? Lonely Boy. All right, there you go.
Dead on Arrival, eh? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna need this guy to shut up. That's what I want.
Listen, we needed a new game to announce during this, so
we have new IPs, guys. We promise.
So everyone thinks of us as putting out horror games like The Evil Within or spooky games like Ghostwire Tokyo.
But we can sell out too.
Nobody will give a fuck to leak this game.
Fingers crossed. We hope it's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, you guys are so fucked. I would be amazed if this is successful.
Where is this being developed? Where is this studio?
This is totally
they're speaking Japanese.
This is total like sellout territory. Like we used to be a company that made games that people like, and now we're making something that's designed by committee. Like, you look how over-engineered that character is. That's totally like, that guy needs to have a robot arm. That's some executive saying that he needs to have a robot arm. That's not, like, an artist didn't come up with the robot arm, the scarf, the belt thing, The fucking pants that are rolled up so you see the ankles, which always piss me off.
But everything you do syncs up like an awesome music video. That's Hi-Fi Rush. You play as Chai, a wannabe rock star and victim of a weird corporate experiment that lets him sense the rhythm of the entire world pulsing.
Hey, where's the other licensed music? Did you only have enough money to fucking license
A game
there?
that's gonna be defined by its music, but it's just kind of like a generic ambient rock.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so okay. So it's super easy. Can I import music?
Man, how much?
What, you didn't make this? You didn't.
How
make
much
this...
did they shit themselves when they saw Hellsinger coming out?
Hey, so this would be a really cool game if this was like a proc gen action combat game where you could import music and the system would work with the music that you imported, and like it was all dynamic with. Oh no, it's probably just gonna be a bunch of like preset boring tracks. Development to Game Pass pipeline. This is straight to Game Pass. Like, that's a really good observation. This entire soundtrack is the same BPM. Yeah, it's like 120. Like, it's got to be like one of the most generic. Kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. Yeah. That's your soundtrack that your music game is going to have. Imagine if fucking Mick Gordon scored this game. And how cool that could be.
Oh, have you seen Hellsinger?
This is just a worse Hellsinger.
That's
got to be like, that had to be like a major anxiety attack. Oh, they named it 808? Guys, that's a music thing. Did you know that 808's a music thing? I mean, there's 707s and I think there's 606s too, but it's 808 because that's the one that's actually in the lyrics of songs. Get Carpenter Brut to score it, even though he said he wouldn't score a video game again. Please don't attach Carpenter Brut to this. What? She's not fat? But she does have the undercut. Undercut and vaguely ethnic, where her skin color and eyes don't make sense.
Oh, what? Oh, this is a studio that did Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo?
Yeah, that's what they mentioned was like, that's what I was saying about them being sellouts, is like, we used to make games that we wanted to make, and then we were told to make this straight to Game Pass game.
The extra help is handy, because when you're not fighting, you're going to be running around and wreaking havoc all over Vandelay's corporate headquarters, where everything is trying to take you down.
Oh man, another anti-corporate.
This is the guy who's going to fight against the system. This is what the system looks like.
Did the Microsoft layoffs go through yet? Is there any new news on that?
I like the brief flash. They had a purple environment with the orange scanline sun. I can tell that there's some real originality pouring into this. I'm glad we're getting the best hits of Synthwave 2017. Which, by the way, that aesthetic was old when it came out. Johnny Silverhand's at home. Yeah, that is the Johnny Silverhand aesthetic. I'm pretty... Isn't it on the same arm, too? Wake up, samurai. That would be a great cut. Like, he gets knocked out, and then like Johnny Silverhand shows up to wake up Samurai, and you're playing an actual video game again. I don't think anybody would say Hi-Fi Rush is too scary.
Did anybody say that about The Evil Within?
Hey, remember when everybody was talking about petting the animal? Wait, they were saying that petting the animal was like a sellout thing where...
Not only were we super psyched for you to play this, we're happy to tell you that you can play Hi-Fi Rush tonight. Not a demo.
Oh god. Oh god, it releases right after the show ends. This game is fucked.
Of course it'll be on Game Pass. This is a straight to Game Pass game. You guys are literally the game industry equivalent of the straight to TV movie film studios.
Man, so this game was slated to release today, and people still can be bothered to leak it.
Oh no, January release? I feel so bad for these guys. These guys all lost their job. You realize that, right?
Yeah.
They recorded that, fired those fuckers, and now they're dropping the game.
Fucking nobody's gonna play it anyway, so we don't need any post-release support.
Oh man, this is something.
So now we know where some of those layoffs were. Because I heard ZeniMax and Bethesda got hit by the layoffs pretty hard. And that is a ZeniMax studio, so.
Ooh. Ooh. Guys, remember how ESO is a thing that I am not going to do a quick analysis on? Yep, that's the logo. Has been for like 7 years.
Maryland, and the headquarters of ZeniMax Online Studios. You just saw a cinematic teaser for the Elder Scrolls Online's next chapter. I'm pleased to reveal ESO
Necrom. That doesn't sound Elder Scrolls.
It's a city in Morrowind. It's where all the souls of their ancestors go.
Ah, okay.
Oh, please, no, not more Morrowind content. That was the worst expansion.
Haven't they been to Morrowind like 3 times already?
Well, okay, so it was a base area, and then they added an expansion about the island of Vardenfell. And
oh, so now we're going to the Telvanni area.
I mean, it's in fucking Tamriel Rebuilt. No! 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 Fuck! What the fuck are you doing? No! No! No, Hormeus Mora, no! He has nothing to do with the Telvanni. Fuck off! You fucking assholes. I hate ESO so goddamn much.
As anyone who's played a classic Elder Scrolls game knows, it's all about those feelings when you're fully immersed in the world.
Oh my god. It just keeps going.
Why is there a dragon? Oh right, they're advertising old stuff from the game. Yeah, the snow ape.
You visited a city in Morrowind that was built inside the shell of a giant crab. For the Oblivion fans out there, how about another chance at taking on the colossal Daedric?
We never got the first chance of taking on Mehrunes Dagon. He was fucking invincible. That was the point. No, the main quest line is fucking awful. Do not advertise that.
Go fishing. Decorate and furnish your home.
Pay Piggy Palace.
Play it like an action RPG.
Yeah, it's like one of the worst action RPGs I've played.
One of the best open world PvP systems. Run dungeons co-op with your friends for great loot.
No, the dungeons are fucking awful. I tried to play those because I was looking for like alternatives to World of Warcraft dungeons, and ESO is not it.
Because our community is one of the most, if not the most.
No, ESO is like all member berries.
We invite
That's like every other expansion that they do. Because they know they can't front load it, they can't do what everybody wants, so they gotta like space it out. And like so I think they did Oblivion and then it's like, oh fuck, we're out of stuff. We gotta reiterate Morrowind. We'll expand the area.
It's magical being able to travel almost anywhere you please from the moment you enter the world. ESO is available on PC and Mac, in addition to previous and current gen consoles.
This is a pretty good advertisement for yeah, WoW Classic.
X and S with high fidelity graphics and enhanced performance modes. An added bonus for Xbox players, it's on Game Pass.
Final Fantasy XIV's more WoW error than anything.
We're making all past chapters available to explore for any player.
Wait, I thought the previous DLCs were free.
No. You had to pay Piggy to get access to them.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like
I had to pay Piggy to get access to Morrowind, and that's how I got the
The new one
Necromancer
came
character.
out, and then like the previous one.
No, you're thinking of World of Warcraft.
Oh.
I like WoW Classic Dungeons.
Wait for the team to show it all to you. Join us after this show for the 2023 ESO Global Reveal, where we'll go deep into all things next.
Yeah, I have some good
No,
memories
thank
of Scarlet Monastery.
Thank you for fucking cramming Hermaeus Mora into a place where he doesn't exist. There's literally a quote of Douglas Goodall talking about cramming shit in that mentions Hermaeus Mora. Alright, let's see what bastardizations Arcane is doing. This is a great thing. This is so black-pilled. Hey, nice Carpenter aesthetic. I recognize that font. You know, actually, an Arcane game scored by Carpenter Brut could be pretty cool, but I'm not holding out hope. A diverse squad of quirky people who do lots of quips are the ones who will be capable of fighting back against the vampire menace. Oh my god, and oh, hang on, it's not Bethesda, sorry. But Massachusetts?
Redfall is a story-driven shooter at its heart, which can be played single-player or co-op with up to 4 players. Choose your hero, each with their own unique abilities, and form the perfect vampire-slaying squad to take back...
There's a weird trend where games that are 4-player co-op, where there's only 4 characters that you have to choose from, those games tend to fail for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Because they're getting compared to Left 4 Dead 1 and 2.
I guess. Yeah.
Ooh, environmental storytelling in a
Explore the streets of a quaint island town, from the once bustling downtown to the haunted forest to the decimated seaside.
I'm probably in the minority, but Dishonored 2 pretty much told me the studio is dead. I don't think that's a minority opinion. I mean, yeah, it's a minority opinion amongst the plebs who don't know better, but...
Chat with survivors and resupply. Here we're at the fire station, one of your home bases. This is one place you'll receive missions from survivors.
There's something I need you to do.
Oh my god, are we actually gonna get gameplay?
Is Deep Rock Galactic, does it only have 4 characters and you have to split them up?
Anyone trying to come to Redfall right now. Easy, right? Well, the lighthouse keeper's a real asshole. Joined up with those cultists and took the damn lamp with him.
Mm-hmm. This is Crisis Man.
Known as the Shroud. Shrouds blanket the area in darkness, disorienting their prey. They hurl lethal projectiles and can even...
You know, for this being darkness, this isn't really that dark. It's more like fog than anything else.
Hey, you know, you got to be able to see it in your living room with all the lights turned on.
You have to see the Fortnite
on your
aesthetic.
$200 40-inch TV.
Mm-hmm. Your Black Friday special made TV.
Yeah.
This part's dark. So why is this part allowed to be dark, but the guy that's supposed to spawn darkness?
Because when you turn the flashlight off, the light comes back.
This is the spooky part. Holy shit, Phantasmophobia with guns. It is sad to think that, like, there's a lot of Trin chasing. Oh, nice. A shotgun that looks like it doesn't fucking do anything.
I like how the bull shots are nice and dark, and then you go to the gameplay and it's just bright as shit everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
At least give us like a setting to turn on. So just have actual darkness.
If this is supposed to be some kind of pseudo-horror game. Like horror light.
The lighthouse is back up, but there's more waiting for you. Taking down
So how do you think this story's structured? Do you think it's like a Left 4 Dead mission where it's like a series of stages?
I don't know. I really don't know what they're even going for with this thing. This really is like one of those games where I would really appreciate if they just said, you know, it's like this game. Because
they should do what they did with Dishonored 1 and just fully play out a mission. Don't do this high-end, tight edited thing. Just play a mission and show us how it plays, because that did wonders for Dishonored.
Well, you know what's weird is like, where's the co-op aspect here?
Yeah, this looks like a single-player game, but if you play in co-op, then there's more.
Yeah.
Like, there's not really... This doesn't seem... Like, none of their abilities seem to be built around build synergy.
Oh, we have, like, color-coded loot? I wasn't expecting that.
You fool!
Dude, seriously, like, the more I watch, the less I know what this game even is.
Mm-hmm.
And not in a good way, either. It's
well,
just like,
when the guy
how many
when the guy
friends
put
are
two stealth shots into the guy's head, they should have told you that, like, there's weapon stat numbers and...
Yeah.
Why do people in these gameplay previews always walk and aim so slow, like they're playing a movie or something? It's a highly, like, rehearsed thing, the art of the gameplay demo.
Everyone's safe. Let's move on.
The art style is pretty soulless. It looks fine, but it's really generic. Someone who isn't me could probably identify the engine just from the models. Well, Arcane has their own engine. What it is they have, like, this aesthetic to it where... I don't know, you see it especially with the characters. It's like thin and spindly.
Jacob sends out his raven to tag the enemies below. Deb follows up with his teleporter
And it is generic because, I mean, it's like Fortnite core.
And once again, another setting. You're literally underground. Where is all this light coming from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This game would actually look better if there was actual darkness, and you know, it would.
You could make a whole mechanic around that. I love games where you can see the other people's flashlights, and so like, you can just gain more information the more people you have because you have more flashlights. But now they're just going for, like, I don't know what they're going for. GTFO died for this.
Now escape the nest before it comes crashing down.
It'll collapse any second.
Nests aren't the only psychic spaces. You'll find dangerous pockets all over the island. It's all vampire turf.
So, like, is this an open world game? Like, you're implying that we're going to be exploring this island.
It's definitely not going to be open world.
You don't think so? This seems like they're pitching an open world game to me.
If it was, I think they would have explicitly stated it. I think it's going to be one of those faux open world things where it's like
you pick a point on a map.
Yeah, and you're just like traveling through different. It's levels stitched together.
Mm-hmm.
take on any situation. Each brings powerful, unique abilities to the fight, and the upgrades you choose change how they play. Here, Layla's lift ability can be upgraded.
Wait, why does her upgrade need to? Why does she need to upgrade her ability to work for other players if this is supposed to be a multiplayer game?
Well, you know, you want to be able to build her around playing single player.
What am I get? What is the
I really like that all of those
that?
shots felt like they didn't have any effect on the person.
Yeah.
Two headshots, nice. Always fun to play a game where it takes 2 headshots to kill somebody.
So much fun. You have to do it twice.
Wow, shotgun is a selling point.
And of course, there's also vampire stakes. Find these in the world to customize your weapons.
They all look like shit and I wouldn't equip them. This is Arcane's revenge for Prey's poor reception.
I don't know. I feel like Prey's become a cult classic now.
Yeah, Prey's one of those games that like was always going to be appreciated after the fact.
Yeah.
When you prove yourself against the underboss, you'll receive a key of sorts.
I mean, listen, if you kind of zone out a little bit, you could easily forget that this is a vampire hunting game. Like, they kind of have to keep reminding me that that's what this is, because I'm just kind of like, I don't, like, it seems so generic that, like, how do you make a vampire hunting game where it doesn't have, like, a strong sense of aesthetics?
It has the aesthetic. Everything's pointy and glossy, and there's a lot of light. And red. Red is very prominent. Come on, you know. Blood is red.
Is Arcane known for their storytelling and their world building? So it's Vampire Destiny? Yeah. That's kind of sad. This is their most ambitious game. This looks like total shit.
May 2nd.
Dishonored 1 and 2 and Prey were all significantly better than this.
And
we'll see you soon in Redfall.
here's a studio speed running irrelevancy.
Microsoft's touch of death.
Yeah. See, it's hard to say that, though, with a lot of their acquisitions, because they've acquired a bunch of studios that were already on the downslope, but just most people didn't notice it.
Well, that was the Bethesda strategy, was to push people down the slope and then buy them.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, this was pretty bad.
This is fucking worthless.
I think the best thing that came out of this was the straight to Game Pass joke.
Hello. It's so much fun to be working with Mojang Studios on Minecraft Legends.
This is all Microsoft has going on, but oh, by the way, we fired 10,000 people.
Yeah. See, that's just what makes this so delicious, is on the heels of that. Well, it was mercifully short. Give it that.
Yeah, wouldn't you go on a firing spree if this is what your employees turned out as your January conference? You're a Microsoft executive and you told them, we have to deal with the FTC. Can you give us something that gives us some good press? And they're like, the cars, Minecraft, Morrowind nostalgia, Generic Left 4 Dead ripoff. Music game straight to Game Pass.
Man,
big cock.
That was about exactly what I was expecting, at least. Oh, right, the fucking chat. A lot of people posting L's in chat.
Oh, yeah?
I'm on the Bethesda's rebroadcast of it. Everybody's posting L's right now.
People were posting W's on the Xbox broadcast.
I saw a couple W's, mostly L's. Yeah, wow. Granted, that would be the case because people probably came here expecting Starfield. They didn't get the memo that Starfield wasn't going to be here today.
Yeah, that is definitely a pretty bad communication. And to be honest, would it really have been the worst thing if they just threw Starfield at the end of this?
They're probably sounding it out. They know Starfield's all they really have going this year, so they want to test the waters with this and then figure out how they're actually going to do the Starfield one.
Imagine being Microsoft and having to be carried by fucking Bethesda.
Yeah, oh my god.
Of course they gave them
not even Bethesda, but to just Todd Howard. Like, how much time? I'm willing to bet it's like they're sitting there being like, all right, so how much time do we have to dedicate to Todd Howard being on screen? And after that, they're gonna have to be like, all right, we're just gonna need him on for pretty much the entire fucking thing.
I feel like I owe the audience something. I'm sorry, guys. No, we knew this was probably gonna be shit. What the fuck happened to gaming? You know, there's a video in my recommendations that's apparently on the topic of what happened to games.
A lot of bad decision making over the past few years. A huge brain drain.
Basically 2017 through 2019, there was a massive downward slide in quality, and then the pandemic hit, and studios were completely incapable of adapting to that, and so they've kind of had to resort to making more very tropic games, you know, relying on old Bessie. That's why Forza's doing the look how good our cars are thing, because you know, they can't innovate. Their studio was mostly work from home during the development of that game, so.
Yeah, exactly. COVID was a blessing, and now it's truly just going to be a curse for games for the next few years, because like a lot of these studios and developers and stuff like that, they made fucking bank during the lockdowns and shit.
I'm thinking,
and now they got to pay it all back.
Yeah, they're probably clearing house of all those work from home people.
Which is the exact wrong strategy they should be having right now. Everybody should be coming in with their A game, being like, listen, we have to compete now with people being able to go outside again. So we need fucking bangers in here. And everybody else is going to be on their asses. So there's going to be virtually, I mean, look at Elden Ring last year. Just fucking, that game basically just walked itself into a classic, like instant classic. Just because there's nothing else. The only thing that could even hold a candle to it was God of War, and I've been hearing murmurs that God of War wasn't even that good anyway.
The best thing that can probably happen for us is that gaming becomes something that's not socially acceptable again. And so you start to see a downward slide in the number of gamers that there are, and the market really needs to just consolidate down to the core again.
Yeah. I don't see that happening though. I mean, I don't know. It happened in movies.
No, it'll happen.
The movie industry is definitely, they're definitely having their reckoning right now. So
what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of wives who are very upset with their husbands, and they kind of ball bust their husbands into getting out of the hobby, and then it'll kind of be seen as like a man-child thing, and
what we need is some like peer-reviewed studies linking divorce rates to video game game time.
Yeah, so like, and the thing is, gamers need to not be like, oh, this is such a horrible thing, because the more people we can get out of the hobby, the faster that we can go through this transition and get back to good times again.
I don't know. I think the more realistic route is like core gamers need to stand their grounds.
Okay,
And
hang on. What's this take? Elden Ring is unironically going to age really badly in terms of public opinion. Based on what? I don't know if you've paid attention to the trajectory that games go in after launch, but it's almost always up in terms of opinion. Okay, there are people out there right now who will defend Metal Gear Survive as being a good game. There are people out there who will defend Fallout 76 as being a good game. No Man's Sky got a redemption story. Cyberpunk 2077 got a redemption story. Now tell me what you think when you have a game that's already good. What trajectory is it going to go in?
The only way I could see them really shitting the bed a little bit is releasing some poorly received DLC, but that's still not going to hurt the base game. So
Man, that was wild. People defend Halo 4. Those people are weirdos. I think there's like a you want Elden Ring to like fall off. I think that informs that kind of opinion more than anything. Like you were annoyed that so many people talked about it, and then so you want it to kind of suffer because you think it was oversaturated. Is the idea that people are having a honeymoon period with FromSoft like people had with Bethesda in 2012-ish? That's pretty much only going to be the only like conceivable logic that you could justify it. And even then, you know, people at the time knew Skyrim was shit, right? Like
there's a reason I only played 60 hours of Skyrim at launch and then just didn't play for like 2 years after that.
Yeah, like it didn't take me until 2022 to figure out that Skyrim's not good. I realized it in 2011, and there wasn't a lot of 2011 left when it came out. Elden Ring will fall off. Has any previous Souls game fallen off? No. They all went up in terms of public opinion after launch. Even fucking Dark Souls 2 went up.
2, yep. 2 has its very loyal supporters and stuff now.
No, this isn't black-pilled, because the way I see it is that there is an upward position for the industry after this point.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like I want Elden Ring to be heralded as the next like second coming of Christ because there's good ideas in there. They made a good open world, and Lord knows if AAA studios are going to continue to make open worlds games, well, it helps to have one that actually did it right.
They actually tried to innovate and didn't just shove in frizzy-haired black woman and sassy SNL written characters.
Yeah, I'm not entirely black-pilled about the future of games, but it's going to be a rough. It's going to be a rough decade.
It's not black-pilled to say that things are shit right now. It's black-pilled to say things are shit now, and it's only going to get worse forever. And it's like, no, it's going to get worse, and then there's going to be a transitionary period where it could get better or it could get worse. And I'm of the mind that it'll get better.
Look at it this way. So, like, what we really want, right, is like what would be the best game for you to come out? It'd be like something like Morrowind 2, right? When you think about what constitutes Morrowind, what do you need to make that sort of game? The cost to produce a game like that, the amount of people you need to produce a game like that is less than what it was when Morrowind originally came out. So really the trajectory is when those games become so easy to produce because we'll have AI and all this other stuff to help facilitate production and stuff, where it can just be a 3-man team that produces a game like Morrowind, then games are going to start, you're going to see another renaissance. And we're already pretty much seeing that in certain genres already. Strategy, a lot of games that I like management games and stuff like that, those are all made by like 2 people because the technology and the resources are already there to make those games. So once we get to the point where we can make a Morrowind-styled RPG, an Oblivion-style RPG with like 10 people and a shoestring budget, You know, we're going to get what we want eventually. Time is on our side. You just have to don't give in to the trends and stuff, and don't start throwing money at developers that are just shoveling out crap. Respect your time, respect your money, and eventually things will come back.
Yeah,
meantime,
and you just have to
go through your backlog.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't expect anything from the AAA industry, and I've been, I've known it's shit for.
The AAA industry is fucked. Their monetization's completely all over the place. The only reason they're even existing right now is because it's in a explosive growth phase. Look at where the movie industry is right now. That's going to be the video game industry, the AAA video game industry in like 15 years.
Well, and all those guys are fucked if the tech bubble pops.
Yeah, oh yeah, that too. Which it is already popping. So
yeah, I
don't
mean,
think
like,
it's really going to be coming back.
10,000 job losses from Microsoft. Yeah, that's just the start.
No, well, that's not even the start, because they had a bunch of layoffs last year too. This is just the most recent batch of layoffs.
Yeah, so I mean, that's going to continue until their payroll gets under control, and Microsoft is going to contract just so that they have a chance of surviving until they can get to the next boom period. But
yeah, so all those big tech companies are looking at what's the next big thing, and it ain't video games, I'll tell you that.
Well, like, if you want to see an example of a tech bubble popping, you look at Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Netflix was a tech company for like 5 years, and then other people started getting into that tech, and they returned to being a logistics company. And I think what the realization that they had to have was that the only reason they were as valuable as they were was because the word tech was involved. Even though they weren't innovating anything, they were a distribution platform. They were a distribution platform for movies when they were mailing it to people, and now they're a distribution platform today. And so they had to reinvest themselves. But they saw a massive loss in value just because people didn't think they were really a tech company anymore.
Yeah, they got more into just like production and stuff instead, which like I get it from their perspective. They're being bent over the barrel by, Universal and all those other guys. They're all pulling their stuff and everything. It's fascinating right now watching the fragmentation, and they're all just coming back together anyway. Like HBO and Discovery are merging and all this crap, and it's like they're just watching these companies piss money away because they don't know what they want to do.
Somebody needs to start a YouTube channel about the streaming wars and just like narrating a blow by blow of what's happening as it happens.
It's pretty wild.
I don't know. I think you're painting with a pretty broad stroke by saying that people got sick of it after one playthrough. Like, I want to play it again. I didn't want to play it again immediately, but I don't ever want to play any RPG immediately after I play it.
Especially an RPG that's like 100-something hours.
Yeah, it's like, did you think I'd just jump right back into Dark Souls as soon as I beat it? That's such a weird metric. It's on the same level as the people who are like, look at the drop off in numbers for single player game after 6 months.
I feel like literally no AAA employee cares about games even a little. No, I feel like there is a lot of passion in the
trenches.
Industry. Yeah, in the trenches, but it's just those are not the people who are ultimately going to make any sort of impactful decisions. So that's why you always see like games with really beautiful art, because those are people who generally just left to their own devices. It's like, here, we don't know like how to make this look cool, so just make it look cool. And then they turn around and they do it. There's the passion, but it's just the infrastructure to make games is so just fucked.
If I was middle manager in the game industry, I'd be starting a AA company.
Oh yeah,
in the next 18 months.
Because like, what's the bet? Think about the trajectory there too. When you have all these major studios crashing and burning and stuff, publishers need studios. So if you make a couple good like AA games and stuff, and you get snatched up, and then you just sell out, cash out. You made your games now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously a huge pool of talent now for hire. So you're not going to be that hard pressed to find employees, especially since a lot of them were living on the West Coast.
Yeah.
That's what's going to be funny too, is a lot of these people who are going to be fired are probably going to be like looking at it sheepishly, like, how could this have happened? I thought firings were supposed to be skill based, and it's like, no, you didn't realize that the game that you were playing was that you were in an entire department, in probably an entire division, that was flagged as first to go when payroll tightens up.
Yeah. Were you hired in 2020? Yeah, odds are you're on the chopping block.
Did you work in the Stadia division? The problem is shareholders, producers are too rich, clueless, and disconnected from reality. Well, I mean, that comes and goes, and it depends on if they get punished for it or not. Like, it's very easy to just go, it's the investors' fault. The investors aren't the only party at the table. They don't have a product unless they have a company that makes it for them. And if you give up that leverage that you have over them, then, yeah, they start to call the shots, and they're morons. And their only qualification is that they had the money. I mean, producers do other stuff too, but you have to negotiate with those people. I read an article where some Google employee was sobbing because the layoffs just came out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't... How could you have worked for Google for the past 6 months and not seen layoffs coming?
Excuse me, I've been reading article after article for the past 2 years about how those companies have been absolutely gutted by COVID, that they have terrible morale issues, that people are not showing up to even the fucking, like, Zoom meetings and stuff like that. Like, literally entire, like, major companies just completely fucked internally. How did you not see layoffs coming? And then just looking at the market realities and stuff, that I'm just utterly shocked that some of the higher ups didn't see these sorts of things coming. Where they're like, I didn't expect us to have to be laying off, 20,000 people in 2023. And it's like,
oh,
the only
those
reason
guys
you're
are lying.
Yeah, half of them are fucking just full of shit. But because they didn't want to admit that they were just aggressively expanding to then cut those jobs when shit hit the fan. But it's like,
I don't think white collar workers ever expect layoffs. That's what I don't get, is like, we saw the signs. Like, the whole reason that I haven't bought a house in the last 18 months is because I've seen a contraction coming. I look at the market indicators and say, like, it can't last.
Yeah.
You really think we can have a period of 2% interest rates that lasts for a decade? What's that? The United States exposed itself to a global housing market?
Right now is a terrible time to buy. High interest rates and high prices? Yeah, nah.
Oh, and you know the people getting fucked the most by the firings are the ones who've bought most recently.
This is reverse psychology to help with the Activision buyout. Look, we have nothing. Everyone hated our big game press.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Microsoft is that self-aware.
What the fuck was the name of that game? Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi-Fi Rush. Who made it? Tango Gameworks. Tango Gameworks in the news. It's all the reveal. I want to know if Tango Gameworks had any cuts.
Got my house when interest rates were still good, but prices had already skyrocketed. Yeah, see, I would rather buy a house during a period of low prices, high interest rates, because you can just always refinance. As long as you make your payments and you maintain a good credit rating, you just refinance when the rates go back down to 2%. Because they will go back down to 2%, because our entire economy is now based on low interest rates. There's no way we can continue to have growth.
The math that your
without-
realtor shows you, realtors are fucking delusional. They have no clue how the market works. Because they're salesmen and they don't understand the product that they're selling, and so they'll pitch this math that, oh, it's good to get a house at 2% at this high price, better than paying 6%.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, you're suffering a massive equity loss.
Here's what you focus on: your interest rate. If you have to pay PMI or anything like that, take note of that, and your property taxes. Those are the things you really should care about.
But I'll make a profit in my house in 15 years, dude. Who lives in a house for fucking? Who wants to live in their house for the entire term of a 30-year mortgage? Most people only live in one property for like 7 years because they have either upgrades or downgrades in their financial state that necessitates them to move.
Yeah, or family situations, things like that.
No, it's funny. In the span of like 2 months, the market's twisted from don't rent to don't buy.
Yeah, no, rent's actually gonna get. Rent has a reckoning coming on. We've already been seeing it.
Hmm. The really depressing thing is still that the biggest indie darling of the 10s is now a AAA mainline that doesn't make anything new. I mean, okay, so here's the thing though with artistic companies is that they get bought out all the time. Unless you're never going to have a company that stays true to its core, because companies don't have any vision. People have vision. And so when you have a person who runs a company, say we'll use Hideo Kojima as an example. When you have a person, that person has a specific vision and they're able to keep it consistent. The studio didn't make that series. The person made that series and the people under them. But you need to have a person with vision. And so I assume you're talking about Mojang. Mojang didn't have that. And so when Notch left, I mean, Notch wasn't even that big of a visionary. Right place, right time, ran the company, but, his second game never panned out, I think.
Well, yeah, that's basically it. It's like you can look at that and be like.
But yeah, you don't shop with I can't believe people still have problems with like I can't believe X company stabbed me in the back. Well, the game wasn't made by the company; it was made by a set of people. And that's the weird thing is like, why is Mojang seen as like the darling AA company of the 10s? They made one game. They're a one-hit wonder, if anything. So
because people falsely attribute them with like the indie boom of the time,
which they were barely attached to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's like, first off, that was a trend that was going to happen regardless, because once again, we go back to what we were talking about earlier. It's just technology improves, cost to produce games decreases. Now you can have one-man, two-man teams making games.
You guys start doing economy-based videos now before I buy my first house. Yeah, we're gonna do that $1 million extreme thing of just start doing house reviews. Because apparently that's just the most entertaining content right now. I mean, that's of the time, right? So house flipping kind of became a big thing during the pandemic. And so you see a lot of terrible flips. Like even in my area, there's a ton of just awful house flips.
I love looking at house flips, and it's just like, I saw all of that stuff in Home Depot.
Yeah, nice. You bought the cheapest fucking molding that Home Depot has.
Yeah.
And you're going to pass that off that this is like a $80,000 renovation that you did. Nice.
No color in the house either, so the first thing I'll have to do is paint every single fucking room.
Yeah, modern farmhouse, so everything's white and gray, like I'm in fucking purgatory.
Yeah.
And
then people, and then we have all these studies coming up being like, everybody's depressed and anxious. And it's like, well, how about we looking at people's houses that have no color? It's like living in a fucking insane asylum.
Yeah, it's such a.
Oh, and you also paid too much for it too. You paid $500,000 in a house that really should only be like $250,000.
I love browns and beige. Browns and beige are out of fashion. You seriously look up modern farmhouse, right? This was the shit that people started getting into when I left my last job. Was like they would buy the cheapest laminate hardwood flooring that was just this awful gray color. If you've seen it, you recognize it. It looks like muted tree bark. And they just do the whole house in it. There's not carpet anywhere. There's not any kind of tile or actual hardwood or anything like that. It's just all this garbage. And then the cheapest molding possible. You throw up the drywall walls. You paint them white because it apparently color costs extra. And then you get gray furniture and what's the fucking countertop that everybody does? It's like the most generic countertop, right? You're not special ordering a countertop for this house. You're just buying the pre-cuts that are at the hardware store.
Oh, don't forget about the backsplash. The black and white black splash.
Yeah, the vinyl black and white stick-on fucking garbage that you don't even have to have. Like you don't even need a contractor to put it on.
The light switches, the plastic fake brushed aluminum light switches.
Yeah, those things cost about like $4 a pop. The cheapest fucking low flow toilet that they have, so you can say that it's like it's a green environmentally conscious house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's lame bulb lighting.
And the shitty LEDs with like 50 hertz.
Yeah,
50 hertz.
$15 for 10.
You go on your Zoom conference call and you look like you're in a fucking
you look like you're in purgatory. It looks like a scene, like if a film director was making a scene where you talk to God, that's what his house would look like. And then you try to pitch it that this was like a $100,000 job that you did on this house. And what you actually did was you butchered some nice 1920s house that like actually had good finishes on everything that probably would have lasted for another half century.
Can't have wood paneling on the walls. Tear that shit out. Just put up some flat drywall.
Yeah, so just look for that. Like, if you're going to buy a house, just go to the hardware store and go to every section, look for the cheapest stuff that's in that section, and then when you go to the house, see if you can spot that stuff. Is Bethesda actually showing anything, or is the presentation done? Bethesda Ancillary, I guess, did what? 2 shows? 2 things?
I don't think they've even announced when they're going to show the Starfield thing.
Bro thinks he's Nick. Hey, 1, I mentioned that guy. And 2, I used to work for a hardware store. So, like, when I look at these houses, I see all the shit that I used to sell and, like, go, oh god. And I know all the shithead contractors that did it too. I'm a room and hallways guy. Open concept shit is horrendous. Do you like I've seen the floor plans that are like the garage in the middle of the house, and then like everything's off of the garage.
Barn dominium.
The issue is construction companies know when to slow construction to keep prices high, factoring in prices of raw materials and labor. If the issue is not raw materials or labor, then it's companies or financial institutions. Yeah. Well, and part of it too is all of those companies, their end game is like a condominium development or like some big subdivision. I was looking at places out in Olympia, Washington, and there's this amazing subdivision that looks like the manifestation of hell on earth. I'm like, you know, the beauty of Washington is that everybody's house is kind of cool and unique, and there's a very real sense of individuality. And then occasionally you see these developments that are made by people that clearly came from California, came north to do a subdivision build, and like it's just rows of the same house over and over. It's awful.
Houses, you say? When I was over there, I didn't see anything except apartments being built in condos.
Of course, and that's the new big trend. Olympia's hell on earth. Yeah, but it's not as bad as Seattle. I mean, I know that's not a high bar, but there are worse places you could be.
You could be in New York.
The Depression Factory.
New York is so bad that people don't even want to stay here anymore. At least Washington isn't having a massive exodus that is literally has the entire state in a mode of panic.
No, but I am a Mariners fan. Rent is so high. Apartments where the money is at. Yeah, but that's building now. That's like building for how the market is now. Even though building is something that takes time, and it's like, is your project going to be done at a point where renting is still such an exploitative market? Why look in places? Olympia is not cheap. No. It's because I like the waterfront. I'm one of those people. I like an area where I could just have a bike. I'm one of those people. So, you know, European.
You'd like the Netherlands then, let me tell you.
Don't shout out Illinois. No, I know not to shout out Illinois. Bad fucking vibes as soon as you enter the state. We have an issue in my area where out-of-state realty companies are buying all the cheap houses and spiking the rent. Welcome to the global housing market. Yeah, a lot of our areas weren't prepared for the reality of low interest rates for a decade. And you saw a rise in like tech companies that were focused on collating housing data and making it super easy. And then, like, especially in Washington, there were literally like mafias of companies that were doing like rent control just so that they could spike up the prices. But yeah, like a lot of places probably need to implement stuff where it's like, if you own the house, you have to live in the house. Right? Like I can't just go buy a... Like I can't take all of my YouTube money and instead of buying a Lamborghini, invest in a rental property in Austin, Texas. I don't live in Austin. I don't want to live in Austin. I have a rental property there. No, I shouldn't be allowed to do that. I'd be a terrible landlord. For one, I don't live in Austin.
I just hire a property manager. Pay them peanuts.
Mm-hmm. You definitely think there would be some consumer protection laws about that. Well, see, that's the thing is a lot of these municipalities didn't realize that this was going to be a problem and probably initially like thought it would lead to like really positive new developments because a lot of them didn't realize that they were stuck in a paradox of road construction. But isn't California doing major vacancy taxes now this year? Yeah, because California was an area where California is one of the most heavily hit parts of the country, like next to New York. Because, I mean, if you want a real shit show, you should look at, like, the Grand Toronto area, or the Greater Toronto area, or, like, housing nightmare markets.
Yeah, no, they've had those laws in place for, like, 4 or 5 years now, because a bunch of people didn't even live in the country. It was actually a lot of Chinese investment companies just went in and bought out everything over there. So you would go down, like, entire streets in Vancouver, and you wouldn't see a single person.
How am I a libertarian when I'm literally calling for regulations? Washington is the best state in the U.S. for 3 months. Please don't tell me that you're talking about the summer months. Washington's great during the dry season. I bet you pack an umbrella. I bet you don't like mold growing on you. Not American, but I heard a rumor California wants to build houses and give them to black people for reparations. Any truth to that, or is it a load of bull? There's probably some municipality that's doing it, but I mean, it's not a greater trend. If you're not American, and even if you are American, a lot of us don't realize California is a very politically diverse place. It's just that they have a heavy liberal majority, but there are like a ton of conservatives out in California. Because there's just a lot of people out there.
Yeah, it's usually how.
But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of like California slander because they do deserve it because they have dumb ideas like, hey, why don't we mandate that all cars go electric? Yeah, I hope winter never fucking comes to your state. What was the news show talking about how if you make minimum wage in Texas, you'd have to work 105 hours a week to afford low-income one-bedroom apartment? Yeah, housing affordability is definitely an issue right now because, you know, there was a global housing market and there were outsiders that were investing in areas that weren't prepared. Because what happened was our country had a huge stratification in wages. So it was like, you know, the poor parts of our country are still making federal minimum wage at like $7.25, right? But then you have other parts of the country where minimum wage is $15 an hour. If you expose that to a global housing market, those areas are going to even out, which is almost always historically bad because now places that were poor before are paying prices that where the minimum wage is expected to be higher, and then your more artisanal wages are even higher than that.
You also have demographic shifts now happening too. Millennials are moving out of their parents' houses, while the parents are like left with these giant houses that they no longer need. So now you have everybody shopping for the same fucking type of house, which is like a two bed, two bed, one bath. And so now you see, like in my area, these 4-bed, 3-bath monstrosities. Nobody fucking wants to pay $500,000-$600,000 for those things because they don't need it.
Right, like I want a small living space. Because I mean, I don't have big needs right now, but
like
I can move
ideally
when I do.
what I would need is just a small rental property. But the problem is that rent around here is literally more expensive than a decent mortgage. So why am I going to rent? So nobody rents either. And it's just like this terrible, terrible situation of like overlapping economics.
It's not that I don't want kids either. It's that I don't have kids right now, and I don't have immediate plans, and I can buy a better house later in the future with the equity that I build from a more modest living space. Well, now I understand why there's such a homeless crisis in the US and have been for, what, 10 years now? Well, part of that is that we just brush it under the rug. Like, if you look at how people talk about buses, they're always talking about how, like, they're worried that they're going to see a homeless guy jack off on the bus, and it's like, so is that a public transit issue, or is that we don't want to admit that this is a homelessness problem issue? And it's like, yeah, we do have a homelessness problem because we don't try to solve the underlying problems, and we don't really know how to solve the underlying problems because we've been ignoring it for so long.
Well, it's also like it is a health issue as well, because a lot of those people have mental illnesses and drug addictions and stuff like that. Let's not forget, the U.S. is a really, really bad place when it comes to drug policies and stuff, thanks to the war on drugs and everything like that. So now it's just, you can't, how do you fix it? How do you fix those, like, all those people who just, they're not employable. They can't even, like, a lot of them can't even function within society anymore. So it's like, you need to build an entire infrastructure just to help those people before you can even start to solve the homelessness issue. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know how you fix any of that.
Veterans, in my experience, seem to have one of two life paths, which is homeless grind set and like landlord.
Yeah.
The homeless issue can be largely attributed to the closure of many psychiatric hospitals because a lot of homeless people are downright insane and have no real way of taking care of themselves. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I think that's another contributing factor to it. It just goes back to that we just don't have an infrastructure to help people at that level. But, you know, we don't even talk about healthcare in this country anymore. That was a hot topic issue for a few years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we have to live in the aftermath of it and pretend that like it's not even worth debating. Like
Even
I
though
like
it's worse. It's worse than when we were talking about it.
Yeah, it's worse than when we
Trump
started.
Trump got elected, so we can't talk about that anymore. So
you haven't met the third type, Pat. Glowy. Yeah. Well, healthcare reform was never going to work when just making it public wasn't on the table. There's no in the middle solution. If it's privatized, it's privatized. You can't have faux public healthcare. Like, you made the wrong part public, which was the health insurance.
don't want to rock the boat though, because remember, healthcare does employ like what 30% of the country at this point. It's a very, very well-paying industry. So you start to mess with that, then all your nurses and stuff, they're going to be out of jobs. They're going to start taking pay cuts. I get it. Like, I get the issue, but at the same time,
it'd be so easy to make homes for next to nothing, but because capitalism requires the homeless to exist, we'll never fix any of the issues related to them. Part of it is we have a transportation problem where our transportation system doesn't scale linearly, and so it's like you really couldn't build like a slum town to house a bunch of homeless people because you would need to build the infrastructure to do that. But the slum town doesn't generate a lot of tax revenue, and so any town that took on that burden would just be doing charity work.
well, also housing projects and stuff like that. There's a reason that is a dirty term now in politics. Like, they tried it in New York City and a lot of major cities. It's just various reasons those things did not pan out whatsoever, and now nobody wants to even talk about that sort of stuff.
If only we could do public transport like Japan. They do it right, apparently. Well, one thing Japan has going for it is that they're a deflationary economy and that their birth rates are so low that they don't have a growth paradox like we do. We've got enough billionaires to fund said charity work. Not really.
I don't think charity work is really going to solve the issue. The issue is like our entire, like our everything. Our infrastructure is not built to be sustainable anymore.
Okay, you have an existing city of 100,000 people, and you want to build this development that's going to like house all the homeless people that live in this city, right? Where do you build it? Inevitably, it's going to be built on the cheapest land, so either something's wrong with it, or it's really far from everything. And if there's one thing we know about homeless people, it's that they don't have the money to travel. Right? They don't have a car. If they have a bike, it's probably in bad repair, so you can't expect them to go long distances with it. And so it's like, unless you're willing to commit, our transportation system just doesn't function for that solution. Homeless islands, send them to Madagascar. We have a homeless island though. It's called California. It's called the West Coast.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna be homeless, you might as well be homeless in a state where weather's nice.
We're talking about the solution. We literally reinvented the homeless shelter. Our cities being spread out isn't a problem as much as them being... yes, they are laid out improperly, and that is correct, but them being spread out really doesn't matter. Frisco streets were clean for the first time in a decade after the flooding. So true. I like hearing from... I have a couple relatives that are in California, and they think it's like the apocalypse because they had weather there.
Well, they needed the rain, so they got the rain.
But see, pushing the homeless people away, that is how most of our country solves the problem. They just kick the homeless people out. And so they like kind of pool up and move west. I just want a maglev train down the west coast. Well, you can blame Mr. Elon Musk for that not happening anytime soon. Anyone wonder why rural areas don't have homelessness issues? So what are you defining as a rural area? Because a lot of those places just kick them out. Isn't Pittsburgh in New England? Fallout 76 led me to believe that.
No. I definitely wouldn't consider it New England.
Yeah, but you're an elitist. West Virginia is in New England.
What?
Virginia was one of the blessed 13 colonies. Elon Musk was trying to make an underground car rail system with storage, kind of like those underground bike storage places. Elon Musk is a guy who runs a car company and is invested in selling cars. That's really what it comes down to. Like, if Tesla started making electric trains, all of a sudden he would be in support of rail projects. Like, Elon Musk heard that transit is a 2D problem, and so it scales poorly, and said, what if we made it a 3D problem and added tunnels everywhere? And it's like, well, it's basically the same problem as when Seattle made it a 3D problem and had the, there used to be this fucking freeway that passed through over the waterfront. They thankfully demolished it.
Yeah, they tore that shit. They were tearing that down when I was visiting there.
Mm-hmm. Thank God it's gone. The waterfront's amazing, and getting rid of it changed nothing. But yeah, I mean, tunnel projects are going to have the same exact problems that bridge projects have, except they're going to be more expensive, which doesn't help with municipalities because they're already in the transit black hole. And, you know, I mean, oh no, the mile-long car pile-up is... At least they're all electric now. Hyperloop was the greatest grab at public money. Yeah, at the same time, they fucked over Vegas, so... But yeah. It's not a D problem, it's a we need to get rid of cars completely problem. No, it is a dimensionality problem. And like you're gonna have You'd have
I
some
don't think we
cars in
need
the
to get
infrastructure.
rid of. I don't think we need to get rid of cars entirely. It's just we need to rethink.
The only
public
people who should be
transit.
driving cars are the people who choose to do so. And there's a lot of people in the
Yeah.
system who don't choose. It's
Yeah,
forced
no,
onto
that's
you.
exactly it. Yeah.
Actually hilarious that bullshit exists in Vegas. Fucking where else? If there was any city that was going to do something that dumb, it would be fucking Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Fallout solution, nuclear cars. We need to get rid of cars as a garbage take. I always tell, like, I hang out with motorheads. The guys I hang out with do, like, European imports. And when I talk to them about this, I'm like, look, it'd be great for you, because, like, think of all those fucking garbage drivers who wouldn't be on the roads. Who are only driving because they don't have an alternative. Yeah, and I mean, I lived in the country. I grew up in a place where we needed a car to go to a grocery store. Like, I get that country people are going to use cars. Nobody's ever going to fucking get rid of cars. It's just people who live in cities. If you live in a city, your car's not a symbol of freedom because you're literally on rails. You're locked up in traffic. Well, okay, so here's the problem. The case gets made that America was built for car use. But a lot of American cities already existed when automobiles started to be a thing. And a lot of them had public transit before cars started to be a thing, because the streetcar predates the automobile. The issue was that our American cities bulldozed a lot to make way for all those transit projects. And our Department of Transportation is like the biggest way that the federal government affects local municipalities. And like, you can look at the Netherlands. The Netherlands was going through the same exact thing. They bulldozed a bunch of stuff to make car-dependent infrastructure. And then their people started protesting, and they went back on that, and they rebuilt all that stuff. So it seems like there's continuity in, oh yeah, this city was always like this little walkable hamlet. No, at one point it was a car hellscape. And then they went back. It's no coincidence that walkable neighborhoods where cars either can't at all or nearly can't drive are the most expensive ones on the market. Yeah, I mean, like, part of the reason why Portland is, like, as expensive as it is, despite being kind of a... It was a shitty city when I grew up there. I didn't grow up in Portland, but we would go down to Portland to visit it, and it kind of sucked, and that was before the big rush to get there. But the big reason why people want to live in Portland is that it is a walkable community, and that's what drives up the value. Same thing with Boulder, Colorado. City's not that cool, but very bikeable and very close to stuff that biking people like to do, which is mountains.
Yeah, and it's easy for you to justify that on a microeconomic scale, because it's like, all right, I'm not going to be paying for a car, so I can afford to pay, 20% extra on my rent and stuff, and then just drives up the prices and stuff. That's why New York City is basically the same. It's pretty amazing, because like where I live, people have to commute into New York City, and the equation of like commuting into New York City or living in New York City, the costs basically balance out the same. You're either paying $400 to maintain a car, or you're paying $400 in MTA fees each month. Pick your poison.
Yeah, I do like when fees get brought up, especially in like inner city living, where it's like, I don't know, some of these places I visit, I look at the prices and I'm like, that's way cheaper than a car.
Yeah.
That's if you live in the transit network. Obviously, where you live, you're not really in it. Portland, Morrowind IRL. When Mount St. Helens erupted, I guess, yeah. MTA is probably better because insurance and not crashing. But you can't drunk drive on the MTA.
You can get drunk though.
It's sort of insane how many cities and small towns had cable cars. Looking at old photos shows how much was destroyed. Very sad. Oh yeah, that's the crazy thing about streetcars is that they were a very economic option, but they don't work on a modern road network because we have all these cars in the way. MTA, you can get mugged. Yeah, the problem with New York is that it gets seen as like the test bed of the ideas. And it's like, yeah, they're doing that, but just because it sucks doesn't mean it's a bad idea. There are other factors like the fact that it's just New York.
It's also, it's not that bad.
It's not as bad as people who aren't from there say, sure, but
it's like you see somebody got pushed into the rails and it's like, oh, well, they were up in the Bronx at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
God bless the viewers who stuck around for our transit-oriented discussion post-show because Developer Direct was so awful.
Well, when you start looking at the future of video games, it starts to just
it makes you want to diversify.
Spiral out. Oh God, that too. Like we always say, nothing makes me want to go outside and do something else more than playing modern video games.
We'll be waiting another 10+ years for OpenMW to be finished. What's not finished about it? What's the feature set that you're waiting for? Most of what they're working on is being able to use their engine for fresh game development. Which, by the way, I have been using their construction set, and it's actually pretty fucking spiffy.
Nice.
Private Sessions question, when's the timeline for the third part of the Skyrim video?
I don't know. We gotta look. I gotta start playing it first.
Expect like a minimum 6 months.
Yeah,
I'll answer that question. I like talking about how garbage American infrastructure and city planning are. At least the weapons manufacturers are top notch, best country in the world. Yeah, I'm one of those rare people that's into cars or into guns and bikes.
Sky Oblivion trailer thoughts? I haven't even watched the trailer, honestly. I watched their streams and
I didn't watch the trailer either. I don't pay that much attention to those projects.
Yeah.
Hope they work out, but I'm kind of more of a finished product kind of guy. I don't know if they're trying to like get more eyes on the project to give it another boost or something, but
well, that thing blew up. That trailer and everything. They definitely were not expecting that.
Yeah, it kind of tapped into like a broader market for sure.
Which is good for their recruitment, but yeah.
It's unlikely you can really get rid of cars without the average person becoming poor enough to have to worry about survival. The freedom to comfortably travel wherever is quite the luxury. Yeah, but that luxury wouldn't go away. The problem with how we do our system isn't like that you can get a car. The problem is that you're mandating that everybody takes on this extra liability. If you look at the breakdowns of like people's finances, people are living in margins of like 3% of being broke. And like cars are like just the perfect percent that if you cut it out, then they would actually be able to save money.
Do you think
and so it's
Creation
like
Club making an Oblivion Gate is going to help Sky Oblivion with the assets? They're actually not allowed to use any of the assets. They've had to remake literally every asset. That was one of the things that they agreed to. So their assets already existed. They just made it themselves from scratch.
So it's like when I grew up in Washington, right? We have a lot of natural beauties that you have to go drive out to, and it's like if you're gonna go on a day where you go and visit Mount St. Helens, and you live in an area where you were biking everywhere, you would just rent a car for the day. And you wouldn't need to own a car full time because you like to occasionally visit natural wonders.
Yeah, people who own vehicles forget that car rentals is like an actual industry and stuff, and it's, it's right there.
Ran out of Fallout 76 music.
Really?
Well,
That OST's like,
I gotta
how
grab.
long has it been going?
I started 3 hours 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Because I was doing a bit of a hangout. Don't worry, we have the DLC soundtracks.
Oh, right. They did DLC music for that.
Renting cars is unsustainable long term compared to buying if you're renting cars for everyday commutes. If you're only renting cars when you need to travel long distances, it's fine. And if you were commuting by a bike or via public transit. Yeah, nobody's making the argument that you should rent your car every day.
Yeah, what I would imagine a use for car rentals would be is like, I need to go to the grocery store, do like a big shopping. I need a trunk.
Yeah,
All
you don't even really need to do that because the concept of like, I don't get those people that buy like a full shopping cart worth of food. Like, is that gonna be the next 5 months for you?
Here's the thing that I want to, as somebody who doesn't bike, how do you transport liquids? Like I buy a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper, and it's like, that's already a decent weight. I can't imagine strapping like 3 of those to the back of a bike.
Oh, it's not that bad. If you have a bike, it's really easy because you can just get a cargo rack, and just bungee straps. I mean, I can get like a week's worth of food in a backpack trip, and I go for a walk every day. So, food for 4 or 5 people and buying a bulk. These people go crazy with it. I know that they're country people. We did that when I was in the country. We'd go to the big city and buy a bunch of food all at once. But I think that was like a cost-saving thing. But it's like, if you live in a town within walking distance of a grocery store, you could walk to the grocery store every day and just get a little bit every day. And then you're combining your grocery trips with your regular maintenance. And what's the other thing? Oh yeah, like the average, I think there was something ridiculous, like a high percentage of trips that people take are less than a mile.
Yeah.
So it's not even like we're talking about, honey, get the cart and the horses drawn. We're going for an expedition to the general store. We got to buy the next 6 months of food so we can survive the winter. Like, that's not even really a demand. Most people live within walking distance of a grocery store. It's just that it's super fucking dangerous for them to walk to it.
So I used to walk because I worked at a grocery store, and yeah, it was within half a mile of my house, and I would walk there every day before I had my car and stuff. The amount of people that have yelled at me, I had a bottle thrown at me once just for walking on the side of the street.
That's why you carry a pistol.
Yeah. Not in my state.
Poor people isn't that crazy? Well, I mean, like, even if you just have a bicycle, you can transport a lot more than you think. You have a cargo rack. You could add panniers if you want. And you have a backpack. Like, you should watch a bikepacking trip sometime and see just how much cargo these guys can take with them. And they're going for 80 miles a day. Right? And so you're telling me that you can't ride like 2 miles to the grocery store and buy a decent amount of food?
How big are the packs of toilet paper you buy?
So true.
I can't fit a 24 pack or a 48 pack.
But in truth, you only need to do that once in a while.
You could also buy a bidet. Then you only need like 1 roll of toilet paper a month.
What even is the developer direct? You know, the number of times that question's been asked is pretty indicative of the problem that Microsoft has.
Well, I think they assumed people would get it from, like, Nintendo has been doing this thing for a while, the Nintendo Direct and stuff. So I guess they figured, yeah, we don't need to explain it.
buy in bulk or lose cash? I mean, you can. That depends. I mean, what are you buying? Fucking. You buying like 96 packs of soda? Like, what the fuck? What are you buying in bulk that you really couldn't transport? That you need a car? Like, how do you think human beings fucking survived before the invention of the automobile?
You could also just buy in bulk on Amazon and stuff, get it delivered. A lot of grocery stores also have that. I think Costco even has a delivery system at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we live in like a new iteration. Bread flour oil. I mean, what the fuck is bulk oil? Like, I could buy enough oil to last for 6 months and transport it in a backpack. Costco shopping is car mandatory, I feel. Costco shopping is definitely car oriented because it's catered towards bulk buying. And we did Costco when I was growing up, but that's because we lived out in the country. Drive long distance to go to one.
So what was interesting, I was watching a live stream last night, this dude in Japan, he like bicycles around Japan, and he went to Costco, and I was shocked how similar it actually was. I was expecting to be completely different, but no, it was all bulk products, like even products that we have in the US. And I'm like, is the market really that strong for it over there? Because that's literally a country where you have a 7-Eleven within like like literally every like 200, 300 feet, there's a 7-Eleven or some sort of convenience store.
Well, yeah, you can always go the Japan route where you literally live on the same block as the grocery store.
Or you live in the building above the grocery store.
Like, watch the video of the crackhead carrying a refrigerator on his back while biking and tell me you can't take a bag of flour back home while biking. No, it's true. People move fucking appliances by bike.
Holy shit.
Like, you don't...
Well,
trucks are a scam.
I've seen trailers that people have for bikes. I've seen that. I'm like, oh, okay, so you can move like a lot of stuff.
But listen, I live on a remote island that's 80 miles from civilization. You think I can bike? It's like, yeah, you probably live in a fucking extreme situation where you're feeding 25 people in a remote commune.
Trucks are for wood. Yes, if you're a woodworker, that's really it. Wood
there's only
large
like a couple
power tools.
There's only like a couple contractor types that justify needing trucks. Most of them completely overbought. Old people ain't be biking with weight. Dude, old people are way... Like, just look at the Netherlands. Like, they literally went through all of these problems and solved them line item.
Elderly people would mostly be using public transit as well.
Like, American old people are super fucking weak because they drive cars. And the next argument is, but what if the weather's bad? That's usually what I have to deal with, is the weather.
I mean...
And it's like, the weather's nothing compared to the dangers of fucking cars.
Aside from the fact, I'm going to blow some people's minds here. Aside from the fact of just, you know, it's water and you dry off, it's not a big deal. You could also just get a poncho.
No, like literally, if you're an old person and you're a cyclist, you can keep cycling until you're 70.
Yeah.
And then past that point, you should have kids who are either taking care of you or you're on some kind of program where they can help you out. And I mean, what do you think blind people do? There's bus transit services even in poor areas for people who are so infirm that they can't transport basic groceries.
And the issue still exists for elderly people in the US. Like, a lot of elderly people, just talk to my mother, like, they don't want to drive. They don't drive half the time. Or they go to the grocery store and they can't put the stuff into the car. And so,
right.
Like, the issues are still there, whether you have cars or not. And yeah, if you're, you know, you spend your life bicycling and stuff, you're going to live longer and your joints are going to be a lot more durable, so you can, you know, continue to walk around and do stuff.
Old people insist on driving. True.
Some of them do.
Well, that's because, so like the reason car culture is so pervasive is because you can't go to the old people and be like, hey, what did things used to be like? Because they grew up with it as well, and they grew up during the Interstate Highway Program expansion, where an interstate coming to your area was literally guaranteed to completely revolutionize your life. And so it's hard to break out of that paradigm, because for a lot of the old people, it literally reformed their ability to have economics. Biking ruins your prostate, by the way. So true. Just don't get a roadie. Like, you don't need a road bike. Well, you do if you're biking in America right now, because it's super dangerous, so. Having a car is a status symbol, not when it's a necessity. Here in America, it's a necessity. Having a car isn't a fucking status symbol. 99% of people do. I bike to work. It's about 20 kilometers a day. People act like it's a lot, and that's crazy to me. Like, that's barely any effort, and it doesn't take that long. Yeah, I used to have a 5-mile commute. So not as long, but went through all kinds of robust weather.
I'll be right back.
Anything happened in the direct? So we invented a term, straight to Game Pass, because one of the games was literally straight to Game Pass. Redfall looked really boring. Forza car. They're shoving Hermaeus Mora into Morrowind in an expansion, and there was one more game, wasn't there? There were 5. I did 4, right? Yeah, the rain seems to baffle people. I would imagine that they get fucking sick from taking the shower for the way they talk about it. Like, the only time I've gotten sick from the weather was when it was 0 degrees. And that was only because my tolerance wasn't built up for it. No, the hi-fi thing was the straight to Game Pass one. $5 miles, that's not even halfway to the nearest gas station or store. Well, then you live in the country, my guy. So of course you have a car. Like, nobody's going to say we're going to take cars away from the country people, but the thing is, the congestion's not in the country. We're talking about towns and cities. If Americans are this brittle, I can understand why they were so afraid of COVID. Dude, there are so many fucking people here who, they live in an air-conditioned house, and then they go into the garage and get into an air-conditioned car, and then they drive to a place, and the worst part of their day is the part where they have to go from their car to their air-conditioned building, and then they stay in the air-conditioned, like, they literally live their lives in an air-conditioned bubble, and then are completely baffled that it's possible for human beings to survive at any temperature other than, like, 60 to 70 degrees. I thought I mentioned Redfall. Oh yeah, the Minecraft one. I missed the Minecraft one. I cut my commute from 40 minutes driving to 8 minutes walking. People could move closer to work. My city is about 40,000. I know some people who drive 90 minutes. I knew a guy who drove, I think he drove 2 hours, and he worked part-time. And I did the math, and it was like, dude, this guy's spending more on gas and car maintenance than fucking he's making from his job. Wait, what is it about Herma Mora and Morrowind? You mean ESO? Yeah, so they're doing a Necrom expansion, but they're tying Hermaeus Mora to it. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen.
So what you're saying is ESO after Fallout 76, right?
Yes. My stepdad drives 2 hours both ways, 6 days a week to the city. There is not a job that I would do that would necessitate that kind of commute.
Yeah, my dad has a similar commute. I think it's an hour and a half each way. So yeah, like three plus hours. Assuming there's no car accidents on the single road that goes in and out of the town that he needs to go into.
Yeah, I couldn't stand anything above like 30 minutes.
Growing up watching like family members who had to commute each day, I swore to myself that I would never ever commute more than 40 minutes a day for a job. Now, literally no job can pay me enough to commute. You just lose so much time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just inconceivable. That could be time that I could be spending playing Fallout 76.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I value my time. Used to drive 10 miles and took 30 minutes a day each way. Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
That's what's crazy, too, is when you start cycling, you realize 10 miles isn't really that far for how long it can take you sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
If you bike to work, if possible, it covers your gym membership. Oh, yeah, that's one of the benefits. Like, that would be a big boon to our health crisis, is people commuting more frequently physically. Like, even if it was just... The way it starts is we get people physically moving to their local grocery store. Like, they can still drive to their job, but you start them with the grocery store, and you get them doing that regularly. And then we could try to move things towards getting people to walk to work or bike to work or taking
transit. What is
transit.
interesting is I've been watching more people get into biking around here. Even though we have more cars on the road here than when I was a kid, people are still just like, fuck it, I'm getting a bike instead. So we got some real trailblazers out here risking their lives. Almost every day I open up news and some pedestrian got hit by a car, and it's always a hit and run. Always a hit and run. They never. One girl got hit by 2 cars, and they both ran.
Yeah, there was a hit and run by my house, and it was a banker. And turned himself in well after any kind of alcohol test would have worked. I know somebody who rides a scooter to work. Yeah, I mean, very diverse time that we live in, especially with like electric vehicles. Like if there was anywhere where electric vehicles made a lot more sense, it would be scooters and e-bikes than cars. Because the amount of weight that you're pushing with a car is just ridiculous.
I worked with a guy who he either took a longboard to work or he took an electric longboard to work. That was pretty interesting. And he just had a backpack. And yeah.
Yeah, I like not just bikes, but I don't know if I'm on board with the whole moving to the Netherlands thing. I like yet another urbanist. I think he's probably the best because he doesn't... The problem with urbanism and the reason why it's going to be so difficult to implement is that it almost always ends up being a discussion about emissions. My only complaint is anything that drives on the roads needs to play by the same rules. Well, that's the problem, is they shouldn't be on the same roads. But it's like, you have to understand that a lot of those people who are mode switching are doing it because that's literally the only way they can stay alive.
Lost my license because of that DUI. Guess I gotta start biking to work now. Either that or get on the homeless grind.
Oh, who loses their license? Is that possible?
Over here, it happens all the time. Well, you usually don't lose it. It just gets suspended for like 5+ years.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who's ever lost a license for a DUI. Because,
really?
Yeah, because literally you can get as many DUIs as you want, and they just keep tagging on your insurance.
Oh,
Because
you
if
don't have the point system over there? Because
well,
we have a point system here.
well, it's like if you suspended somebody's license where I live, you would literally kill them. Especially if they were a family provider. And so they have to still like let you do like essential driving. And so you
man.
might have to install something, but like
Oh,
you literally
visor
cannot lose your driving privileges here.
Yeah, we at least have like buses here and stuff. It's doable. You can survive without a car, but holy shit. You're going to be losing a lot of time each day to just getting around.
Mm-hmm.
Just waiting for buses and stuff.
It's funny when someone thinks owning a car is the ultimate freedom. It's the ultimate freedom when you're in the country. It is a fucking burden if you live in town.
It's the ultimate freedom if you have dedicated parking. Let's put it that way. If you never have to worry about parking, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
Biking is more fun. It depends.
So true.
I like driving.
Depends on the time
when I'm
of day.
driving on. Yeah, it depends on the time of day and the weather and stuff like that. I mean, it'd be the same thing with biking. If I have to bike in, like freezing cold rain, that's not gonna be fun. But on like a nice sunny day, hell yeah. But for me, driving is really fun when I'm on like a good road where I can get like, do like 60, 70 and there's not much traffic. Anything other than that, not really. Although I have a nice sound system on my car, so if I'm stuck in traffic, I just blast some music.
How is it a burden in cities? If the city layout or parking situation in America is just that much worse than Europe, never had any issues finding a parking space ever? No, it's getting locked up in standstill traffic. There's so much traffic and there's so many people who shouldn't be driving, and it's just such a dangerous environment to go through.
$60. Oh, right. I should mention that I live in New York and our roads don't go up past 65 miles an hour. Not that anybody listens to those. Usually if you're on highway, you're doing like 75, 80. But I would never break the speed limit. Let's just put it that way. No, sir, Mr. Fed.
Sounds like authoritarian hell. I don't understand the system that you just explained about Oxford.
Some big cities charge $20 plus a day for traffic, parking, tolls, and stuff. Oh man, New York City. You want to talk about expensive cities to drive in? I think it's on average like $40 now to drive into the city.
Yeah, New York's a place where a lot of people don't own a car because it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like, it's impossible to pay the high rent and own a car and everything else.
$20 a day, that's nothing. Yeah, exactly. And that's on top of, having to pay gas prices, insurance, and all that stuff. That's why most people would drive to like the outer boroughs and then you take a train into the city.
Honestly, at least what some people here in the comments describe sounds more like a local problem than one inherent to many cars. Tell us where you live, dude, because I'm gonna bet that it's in the minority.
Americans literally have no right to complain about gas prices. California can.
With how much we have to drive, where like you hear about how people have a 90-minute commute and they go, hey, that's pretty quick. Okay, well, listen. Phoenix is fucking awful. Large city in Germany. Okay, Germany's definitely a coin flip. Either it's like, from what I've heard about Germany, either it's like car-centric America or it's the Netherlands, and there's no in between. Phoenix is like, okay, so Phoenix hit its max cap population in like 2000, and the fact that people are still moving there is insane. And they're just now like starting to realize the problems. The real world isn't Skyrim. You can't get everywhere in a 15-minute walk. Dude, I wish I could get anywhere in a 15-minute walk.
I can get to my grocery store that is
the grocery
half
store
a
that's
mile away.
The grocery store that's
minutes.
closest to me, that's like a 40-minute ordeal. There and back again.
That's the closest one, or is that just the closest one you're willing to shop at?
No, that's the closest one, and it's the poor one. So the one I like to go to is like 3 miles from my house.
How far is the nearest Walmart?
So I think it's like 2 miles, but it's 2 miles where there's no pedestrian infrastructure at all.
Oh, nice. So you're just gonna be riding your bike through the gutter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that at least like a decent road, or is it like a highway?
It's mostly just like it's a mixture of asphalt roads that are made as narrow as possible to fit 2 cars, and giant wide concrete slabs. Maybe Americans like the small world map and tiny town called Cities of Oblivion and Skyrim because where they live are megacities. Dude, Disneyland is literally just a walkable city. Like, that's the big fantasy of Disneyland, is that, hey, we can go do everything on foot. And if it's not within foot distance, they have fucking public transit that will take you there.
So what they're doing in my area now, they just built like this giant Walmart supercenter out east. And like what they did was they're building like a town around the Walmart supercenter. It is so bizarre. And it's also funny because I know all those people like probably work in New York City. So they literally have like a 2.5-hour commute one way from where they live. And it's just like, oh, cool. Now I get to go shopping. Where am I going to go shopping? The Walmart Supercenter, and I think they have like a Chick-fil-A there.
Walmartville is fucking horrifying just conceptually. I've seen one of those Walmart circle dances in person. One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, and those are also luxury apartments they built around it too. So each unit's like
Dude,
starting $2,000 a month.
Big selling point. You're within walking distance of Walmart.
Yeah. It's my favorite Walmart to go to though, because I just drive there, but the mix of people that shop there, it's like you have these obviously like well-to-do like middle-aged families and stuff, and then you just have the regular people who shop at Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart is like, it's like another planet. What is the Walmart circle dance, lol? So Walmart circle dance is their morning meeting where they have like a company dance that they do, and they have like a song and everything, and some middle manager that's not paid enough leads it, who's like super gung-ho about corporate policy. You could look it up and yeah, give it a listen. So we were at this Walmart. We were on a field trip, and we stopped at this Walmart. Kids were going to the bathroom. They were getting food. We went to electronics to get headphones. And we saw this circle of employees, and they were doing the Walmart dance.
I've never heard of this before. This sounds like something I would see at Target. You want to talk about a retail environment that's a cult? Target. I would not expect Walmart to have that though.
Yeah, I think it just depends on like what store and what district you're in. But
listen, if Walmart's the only place that's keeping your town afloat,
listen,
you're gonna fucking dance that dance. God damn it!
If the field trip was to bring all the kids to go witness the Walmart dance, I feel like there would be better outcomes for their education.
Yeah, maybe I will go to college.
Yeah. You know what? Dropping out, not for me.
You know what? I'll go into the Air Force instead of the Marines. At least go get a trade, kids.
Yeah, so where I live, the school bus program has been falling apart for like decades. And so we're at the point where most kids are driven to school. And you can imagine the infrastructure which has to exist to accommodate the mass number of cars that are transporting these kids.
Oh, nice.
Because, of course, every parent is going to pick up their kid. They're not going to let another parent pick up their kid.
No, God forbid you carpool. So how bad did it get when COVID happened? Because we had like a massive driver shortage here.
Well, see, because there were so few people who let their kids ride the school bus, that was never a problem. Because all the kids were being driven to school and being picked up from school.
See, they were thinking ahead there. They didn't have a driver shortage. Brilliant.
And so, like, I lived like a 20-minute walk from school, and I would just walk past this line of cars of people picking up their kids, and I would just walk home. And I knew full well, like, if I got picked up, it would take them way longer.
Whoa, you had to walk 20 minutes from school? Oh, no. That ain't good enough over here. If you're not within, like, visual distance of the school, you're getting driven or taking the bus.
Yeah, like, people have no trust in, like, their kids' ability to walk home. And that has, like, profound implications
their kids' ability to walk home, and they don't trust their neighbors either.
Well, and their independence as well.
Somewhere.
Like, in a lot of walking-centric countries, kids achieve independent mobility much sooner. And whereas, like, in America, kids are just kind of stuck in the middle of suburban hell until they turn 16. And then all of a sudden, they do all the reckless stuff that would have been spread out through their adolescence all at once. No, it was like the greatest thing for me growing up was... there's two ways to do it. Either you live in the country, which is great for kids, or you live in a city where the kids can walk everywhere. And I kind of got both. And I would have hated the suburbs as a kid. Because it literally seems like hell to me.
I just didn't have friends. That's how I got around it. So I never had to go anywhere.
But yeah, it was like when we moved out of the country and into the town, and I would start like walking places, it was really cool because I could go to stores by myself. And I mean, I was like 14.
I remember when, so to give some perspective as to how like sheltered everybody was in my area, myself included. I remember one time I had to take the bus home. I think this was in middle school, and I stayed for like some after school activity. And I got off the bus after dark, and I felt like I was doing something wrong.
Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't feel right. I don't. Somebody doesn't approve of this, and I know it.
I liked walking home as a kid because there were restaurants I could stop at because I would scam kids out of money, and there was a Dollar General on the way home that I would steal candy from. And there were like clothing stores and stuff, restaurants, what have you. Lots of options, lots of like diverse things to do on the way home.
Yeah. So I had to, growing up, I had it pretty interesting because I have a lot of family that lives in the city, in New York City. So like I would go out there and visit them, and like my cousin's around my age, and he would note every time he would come out here. He's like, dude, it sucks out here. And then we'd go out there and we'd be like walking around, and I'd be like a fish out of water. I'm like, I don't know. I feel feel a little sketched out around here. We're at like a park. And my cousin's like, dude, nothing's gonna happen here. And I'm like, I don't know.
So my scam was, I would get boxes, like giant boxes of fruit snack packs, and sell those for like $0.25 a piece. And you could get the box, I think back then, for like $2.50, right?
That's not a scam. You're an entrepreneur.
Yeah, no, it was an entrepreneurial business, but I mean, I was ripping those kids off. But yeah, I would always make a little bit of money and then be able to like get a milkshake on the way home.
Really, $0.25? I knew people who were running that hustle, and they would charge $1 for shit like that.
Well, you know, I wasn't a scammer. I was trying to have a wide market.
Well, so everybody here would go to school with like $10 because school lunches were so fucking expensive. And rather than paying for the school lunches, they would just buy shit from other kids and stuff instead.
Mm-hmm. But I still made it a thing to steal from the Dollar General.
Doing God's work.
Mm-hmm. If I was smarter, I would have sold the candy I stole.
And it's in today working at that Dollar General, you'd probably be doing them a favor if you just walked in and stole like entire cases, because that's just less shit that they'd have to pack out.
Yeah. Well, the Dollar General is the best place to steal from. Not saying I advise stealing, especially as an adult. I'm just saying if you were to steal from a place, minor misdemeanor crime, Dollar General is the best place because they got like one employee at a time.
Yeah.
No, school kids definitely don't know value, and so you can pull stuff off like that. I used to, when I was in junior high, I was in the, like, I worked in the office during the lunch hour, and they had this like refrigerator, and you'd pay like $0.25 or something to get a soda from it. I stole money from that.
Wait, how did you steal money from the machine?
It wasn't a machine, it was a refrigerator, and the employee, like, somebody's job was to stock it. And they would take the money that they made from it, and so I have to imagine there was some kind of office politics of like somebody's not paying for their sodas or something. Because it was a goodwill system, and like I was stealing fucking money from it. Because I hated that. I don't know how I ended up in it. It was like randomly somehow I was assigned a job in junior high.
That was that just like a program, keep the kids off the streets, so we're gonna employ them instead?
Yeah, I have no clue. I literally have no idea how that happened. I don't remember any of the scheduling stuff from junior high. Like, I just ended up in classes.
Yeah, I know we wrote schedules and stuff ourselves. We'd have to meet with like an advisor and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how that process went or anything like that. Granted, I repressed most stuff from middle school anyway, so.
The warehouse I worked at charged water for $1. Holy fuck, dude. The place I worked gave it away for free because they didn't want people to fucking die.
The place I worked at gave it away for free because we would just be throwing them out anyway because the cases broke open and we couldn't sell them. So it's like, all right, have like 3 milk crates in the back. They're just full of water bottles. Never Poland Spring though, because Poland Spring made their packages good.
Mm-hmm.
So those didn't break open, but you know.
But yeah, that was the story of how I got into walking. was I would scam kids for money. And okay, in fairness, I wasn't stealing money when I started walking home, because these were like different school buildings.
Was your middle school and high school right next to each other?
No, they're all spread out.
Yeah, over here they have like I guess it's a policy where they build the middle schools and high schools like right next to each other.
Don't scam people because you'll start walking. It's a moral lesson. So true. It's the Morrowind grind set. You join House of Lala, you start walking everywhere. You refuse to fast travel. Next he's gonna say he used to be a contract killer. I never got paid for it. I think the only shame was I wasn't able to have a bike while I was in school. That would have simplified a lot of things.
Why couldn't you have a bike?
Poor family.
So, did you go to like Walmart and look at all the bikes there and be like,
and like, damn, these are some hot rides.
See, I actually had a bike pretty much. I think I learned how to ride at like 6.
Favorite subject in school? Definitely chemistry. That's why I have such strong opinions about temperature units.
I guess mine was English. I don't know. I hated all of them.
Oh yeah, right. Bikes are weirdly expensive in America. Yeah. Well, like, so a good bike is super expensive because like our main brand is Trek. And then like, you either get a really nice bike or you get like Walmart trash where you have to replace half the parts just to make it good.
I hated chemistry because the teacher that I had for it, she went out on maternity leave, so we had like a temporary teacher, and she was fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, that's always the worst. That happened in my biology class. We had a guy who was a Pfizer rep as our substitute.
Oh wow.
Because the main biology teacher was like big into skepticism and then got caught up in some rape allegations.
Oh no.
Well, so what I'm saying with the bike market is that it's impossible to find the mid-range bikes locally. Like literally your options are cheap bikes that last 1 season and bikes that you need to get insurance for.
Yeah, I was trying to do some bike shopping recently. I could not find anything.
Hey, I never said the biology teacher did it with kids. It was an adult on adult situation. No, that was for the coaches to mess with the kids.
Dare. It's a funny thing about the dare officer that I had. He was a police officer. He left the police force for undisclosed reasons, became a security guard at my high school, and then he got fired for doing things with some of the girls there. So, and then I had a English teacher who committed suicide because he got caught doing things with some girls. So that was interesting as well.
What is DARE? DARE was like I forget what it stands for, but it's a drug prevention program. My physics teacher had perpetual migraines, and so we really didn't learn that much. I liked the subject. It was just because it was in the hard sciences category. I didn't like biology. I didn't like anatomy. I liked chemistry. I liked electron pairs. I liked thermodynamics. I took both years of chemistry, and I wanted to do more.
Did you take any electronics classes?
No, I don't think we had them.
Yeah, I took 2 of those. Those are pretty fun classes. It helped that my teacher was like a total dude bro, and he'd be like, "Yeah, you just do whatever the fuck you want." So we all just like hung out and just screwed around with circuitry boards.
Physics and chemistry have the same teachers here. Is it the same over there? No, not really. Did you like ether dynamics? Yes. But that wasn't taught in school. Although that did come out when I was in school. And I saw it when I was that age. Your bio teacher used to bribe kids to sleep with her in exchange for good grades. So like, there's multiple levels of transactions that are going on there.
That sounds like a college thing, honestly. I'm surprised that we're talking about a grade school teacher pulling something like that.
Patrician tier hi-fi rush, such a possibility. No, I doubt it. It's a music-focused game, and they didn't lead with the good music that they had. There's no way it could be good. Either that, or they're complete morons at their marketing.
No. They led with that one Black Keys song.
How deep did you get into thermodynamics? Usually, people either hate it or eventually commit suicide because of it. Well, see, I didn't study it at the college level, so I couldn't go that route. But I did like it. Like, it was very straightforward to me. Oh, but you see, thermodynamics is the worst episode of Evangelion.
Magma Diver?
Yeah. I have a hard time saying that there's a worst episode of Evangelion. Although when people say it about that episode with the military robot, I totally disagree. But yeah, I would walk home, and the route I walked home on was the one where that girl got hit by a truck. Of course, it was a truck because they're so dangerous.
What type of truck are we talking about? Like a...
Well, he was the banker, so he had the super kitted out F350.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're talking. Because surprisingly, it's usually not vehicles that are being driven by people who have a CDL.
I have no idea what thermodynamics is. Thermodynamics is the relationship between temperature, volume, and pressure. Yeah, so I think that here in America, there should be an additional endorsement that you need to get to drive vehicles over 2,000 pounds. Yeah, that's my proposal. I'm prepared to bring this to Congress. Is it 2,000 pounds? It might be 3,000. Hang on. Vehicle, like, I don't want to, shouldn't get an endorsement to have to drive a sedan, but.
I think my car's like close to 2,000 pounds. So.
Yeah, okay, it's way more than 2,000 pounds. Sorry. Whoops. I might have been thinking of a 3,500 pound endorsement.
Honestly, I would be happy if they would just stop shining those LED headlights at me. Oh my god. As somebody who drives like a sports hatchback, driving at night is pretty fucking miserable.
So I saw a clip of Top Gear, and he was talking about off-road vehicles, like Land Rovers. And I was like, wow, this is really prescient on the issues with SUVs. And then the clip was from 1990. And he explained all of the problems with SUVs in like 5 minutes. Hey, listen, I want to ask, is it illegal for me to carry a super bright flashlight that I shine at anybody who keeps their brights on when they pass me?
Not over here. I can't imagine that being illegal. Just make sure it's not a laser pointer. Laser pointers trigger people hard.
Either that or I start carrying my AR-15 on a chest rig. Go ahead. Shine your lights at me.
No, you do that thing with that picture where you just strap a propane tank to the side of your bike.
Yeah.
listen, if you blind me, I don't know where I'm going to be going with this thing.
Mm. Well, I am a pedestrian, so light bar is not really too big of an issue. Motherfuckers have LED lights that are brighter than the sun. It's true. It's ridiculous, the lights that people have. And they have them on these high center of gravity vehicles, so it's like literally at eye level.
Well, no, so what's insane is that a lot of those vehicles, that's stock. They come out of the factory like that.
Yeah, because LEDs are just so cheap now.
Well, yeah, and because the whole thing is that if you're in another SUV, it's fine. It's below, below eye level. But if you're in a vehicle that's lower, or, a walking pedestrian or somebody on a bicycle, it's right in your fucking eyes. Yeah, God, like Lexus, holy shit, Lexus, please. At least 8, like, so I have very bright headlights in my car, but first off, it's a Mazda 3, so it's a sedan, so it's a lot lower. And on top of which, they aim the lights down at the ground, so it doesn't flash people in the eyes. I don't know why no other fucking vehicles have that. And then you turn your high beams up, and then it comes up.
We need to wear sunglasses at night now to counteract brights.
Yep.
Well, it's true. And there's literally, like, no enforcement.
Well, it's also impossible to see, like, if somebody has their brights on or if it's just their running lights.
Mm-hmm. You ever see those cool features where it dynamically dims your lights when it detects another car? Pretty cool. There's also this thing called, like, a switch.
Yeah, mine has that. So, like, my car automatically had a setting where it would turn on the brights if it was in a dark enough environment. And I just turned it off entirely because if there was a car that was coming by sideways and it didn't detect the headlights of the vehicle, that person would just get blinded from their side instead by my bright ass brights. So I just turned it off.
I like that this is a problem I have as a pedestrian that, like, everybody agrees with. It's like, cool.
Well, common ground. We can start.
I need to have access to my brights to warn people of cops. So true. Cops are the main reason I started carrying a pistol with a high capacity mag. Well, it's like at this point, why aren't we just mandating night vision and using infrared lights? Jaywalking is based. Yeah, where I live, it's necessary, and then I've been to cities where it's not necessary, and it still happens a lot. Jaywalking is your right, and the automobile industry tried to take it away from you.
Can't believe jaywalking is an actual crime in America. You really don't see it get enforced though. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's codified, but I don't think I've ever seen a cop actually pull somebody over for jaywalking.
It's a very petty thing to do.
I think it's one of those things where, see, because it's like, I've even seen it where somebody jaywalked, caused an accident, and they still were not at fault.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, pedestrians aren't given a lot of options to cross roadways, but they have the right to cross those roadways.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't build that infrastructure, eventually you can make a pretty good case that if you got a jaywalking ticket, you make a pretty good case that it's like, I'm not going to walk a mile to cross the street and then walk another mile to go to the place that was across the road.
A mile, dude. There's roads here. And this is here where there is like actual infrastructure and stuff set up where you won't see a crosswalk for like a good 3 or 4 miles.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I can see that existing out in a rural area where there's like, basically nothing going on. But like over here where you have like constant roads intersecting and shit every like, 300 feet. But some of them are just not, just don't have infrastructure for crossing.
What the hell is a zebra crossing? No, we don't have crossings at a lot of places. You can't just not every intersection has like, so the big issue I deal with is there's a 4-lane road and there's no crossing on it because there's no sidewalk on the other side, even though that's where all the businesses are, is on the other side. And so I have to jaywalk every time. And my big issue is the people who yield for me. It's like when I made the plan to cross this road, it was with the mind that everybody was going to go like as fast as possible. So you stopping isn't going to help me out.
I appreciate the consideration, but you're just putting 2 of us at risk now. Well, no, you see, they need to get rid of that sidewalk on the other side for the businesses so that they can have their mandated parking spots.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's like a consistent trend that every grocery store in the town I live in is across a 4-lane road from the residential area that it's next to. It's really weird.
Makes you think. Well, really what it is, it's you want to build grocery stores specifically on like very high trafficked roads.
Would you rather they accelerate instead? No, every time it happens, I'm not in the way. So yes, I would rather they accelerated. They need to get the fuck out of the way. If you stop for me, you're putting me in danger because now there's uncertainty, and you're putting yourself in danger because there could be cars coming at you from behind you. And so you are increasing the likelihood of there being a wreck by not just going. Because when I made the plan to cross the road, my plan was, I see you turning, you're going to go, and there's an opening.
Yeah, and then you get into that awkward situation where they stop, and then you're like, wait, are they going to stop and then go because they see that I'm not going to get in their way in time, or are they going to go now? And you just get completely fucked up.
Which is why we build crosswalks, to prevent these issues.
And we're not even talking about, I know what you're talking about, you just want something painted on the road.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even talking about having like, dedicated lights where, you actually get a guarded, like everything else is red and you just get to go. We're not even talking about that. It's just give me something painted on the road so people can know.
Why don't we implement trial by combat? Because I would win. You really gonna stop for me? Okay, let me put a couple rounds through your windshield. Song started, song stopped. I love YouTube. I am bald because I was born this way. I'm proud. Have you actually had to shoot at anybody in your life? No. I don't live in a dangerous area. Like, I carry a gun for 3 reasons. Dogs, junkies, and cops. I don't think Daggerfall would justify 25 hours.
I think Jeweler did a good job with his video.
Yeah, I predicted like 4 hours and then that came out.
Yeah.
So, I think that's the comfortable length. I think dogs are the most likely thing I'm going to have to shoot because I've already had several encounters with them. How long would an arena retrospective be? I mean, I feel like an arena retrospective could be tagged on to a Daggerfall retrospective. Like, there's not really much to talk about with procedurally generated towns. It's like, there's not very much lore. Because the lore doesn't exist yet, and you can't go, well, Morrowind said. I've had to kick it back a dog once, and those fuckers are fragile as fuck. Yeah, we definitely weakened their stock when we bred them. Like, I think we intentionally made it so that they would be manageable with human strength. Then you've got an angry dog owner, even if you're in the right. Both situations where I had to deal with dogs, I was nowhere near a residential area. So, like, these were strays that I had to deal with. And, like, I knew somebody who said that they had been chased by dogs, and when he talked to a cop about it, they were like, "Could have been carrying a gun."
Holy shit. That would be a completely different conversation over here.
Yeah. It's just such a regular thing here that, like, yeah, it's seen as very legitimate that, like, if you're cycling and you have to deal with dogs, you should shoot them. And I mean, like, your first instinct, like, some dog is panting and it walks up to you and is wearing, like, a collar and is really well groomed and it's like, he's coming at me! And put 5 rounds into it. Yeah, that's probably not justified, but you'll probably get in trouble for shooting within city limits. But dogs are usually brave when there's, like, 3 of them, in my experience. So, like, when I run into one dog at night, it leaves me completely alone. Usually because it's going somewhere, I've noticed. 20-hour road trip. That's some cross-America shit. People are smart enough to leash up their dogs because of how prevalent it is because we live in such a car-centric society, people have to leash up their dogs because if they didn't, they'd get hit by cars. So usually, like, walking by a person's place, that's not an issue because it's leashed up.
So you're saying the car-centric America is saving bicyclists from
It's saving dogs. It's saving dogs' lives from me.
Yeah.
In city, sure, but I live in the country and sometimes the dog just gets outside the fence. There's so much drama from my country family that has to do with dogs getting shot.
What, like, blood feuds start?
What would the Starfield showcase have to show you to give an inkling of optimism? Who says I'm not optimistic about the game already? I liked the trait stuff that they showed. I like that they added the jetpack. I think there's a couple good signs with that game. I like that they're thinking about, like, the freedom of having a ship and not just having a pre-made ship for you.
I'm on the fence with Starfield. Playing Fallout 76 has definitely diminished some of my thoughts about how at least that game is going to be written.
Yeah, 9mm is not going to be enough for a feral hog. Feral hogs are wild, dude. I don't know if you have that problem where you live.
No.
They usually don't come into cities, though. So.
The worst thing we have over here are raccoons.
You'd consider Daggerfall plus Arena review then? Yeah, if I did Daggerfall, I would just tack on Arena.
I think the best way to cover that would be Daggerfall, Arena, and maybe like Redguard and Battlespire. You just do like all of them in one shot.
I wouldn't do Redguard and Battlespire in addition to Daggerfall just because those could be standalone things, and I think a lot of people are like, there's not enough really crossover in ideas. Like, they're curiosities, but that's about it. Consistently quality. Did you see the Battlefront 2 video? The Older Scrolls could be fun. Battlespire sounds like such a cool game. And I know it's not as cool as it sounds. Where's the Elder Scrolls Legends retrospective? Legends is... That's the card game, right?
I kicked around the idea of looking into Blades for like a video.
I think there's just a logistics challenge with Blades.
That's why I was looking into an emulator, and there is one. Google has an official one now. It's in beta, so.
I think the only problem with Blades is I don't like the idea of the setting.
I like the idea of doing a Blades video just because I have literally zero expectations. I would be such a neutral opinion on that going in. So whether it's great or bad or whatever, it would at least be genuine.
No, I did not see Edge Runners. I don't watch a lot of television, so.
Blades is also the lowest common denominator for mobile games. Yeah, well, let me introduce you to Fallout 76, the lowest common denominator for a live service game.
Barely a live service game.
That's what makes it so good. Blades is grossly outdated as a mobile game. See, I also have like zero experience with mobile games entirely, so except for Fallout Shelters, I played that. So I don't know if I'd be a terribly unqualified opinion on it or the best opinion possible because I have zero expectations. How's the progress on the Thief video going for Skyrim? I haven't even started it yet. Too much time been spent on Fallout 76. Thoughts on TED 6? We need more info. Did I beat Fallout 76? I did. I played for almost 200 hours past few weeks. I don't think I beat it. I don't think you can beat Fallout 76. It just gets to the point where you just give up on the game.
Yeah, it kind of depends on your definition of what beating it is. Because there's stuff that you can't do anymore.
And then there's stuff you just don't want to do, like all the side quests. played more Fallout 76 than the QA team. That's not what the Kotaku article would have you think. That article said that they were grinding away for weeks and weeks, hours upon hours, only getting paid in pizza.
By orders of Todd Howard, of course. Imagine if Bethesda's next thing is a Tez Gotcha game.
I think like the QA team voted to unionize recently at ZeniMax.
Yeah, they did.
And what I got out of that was apparently they have the largest QA. Yeah, they're part of the layoffs. But apparently they have the largest QA team in any studio.
They're a pretty big umbrella.
Guys, listen, we have the largest QA team in the industry. What more can you expect of us? The games are just going to come out buggy. We tried our best.
Listen, QA is a sector that I think we can pass off to artificial intelligence. Hey, Dragonborn. Thanks for not turning me into a brainwashed sex slave. Listen, you have to get past Part 3 and the hump of the Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood, and you have to look forward to Dawnguard and Dragonborn. Because those expansions combined add up to one good expansion.
Yes.
Dawnguard's pretty cool. I just wish they ironed out the central conflict.
Yeah, Dawnguard I'm actually interested in going back because I've played Dragonborn quite a bit. Dawnguard I haven't played in a very long time though, so that should be interesting at least.
Yeah, so Todd was a programmer in Daggerfall, right? So I'm kind of curious what in Daggerfall has Todd's handprint on it. I know next to nothing about Gotcha, so I couldn't tell you anything. I don't know how they work. I feel like there's some loose ends with Dawnguard, but they really fleshed out companions and gave it an expansion, considerable character. I don't think so. I think Serana is kind of a facade. Like if you actually dive into what she is, she's very basic. Well, you do have to think about Oblivion being developed in the window of 2002 to 2005. And so you really have to wonder about like the forces that were at work with motivating them. Because you know
Serana's the best Bethesda made companion up until that point. I mean, but did we need a companion like her in Elder Scrolls? Fallout, sure, but I don't know. I didn't really see anybody. I wasn't playing Skyrim or even Oblivion or something and thinking like, you know what I really need? Fully voiced companions that I can share my deepest, darkest secrets with and then end up banging.
But I want practice talking to girls. So like Morrowind was practice about how to live in society. Oblivion was practice in how to talk to people. And Skyrim was practice in how to talk to girls. We're talking about the societal ills of car-centric America. That's what we're talking about. That's the underlying topic. By the way, have you seen the Steel Dawn art? Like the art for the expansion?
No, I haven't.
You should look at it. You'll get a kick out of it, I think. Will Elder Scrolls 6 be about paying your taxes and having good credit? No, that's going to be Starfield.
They're coming. Fallout 76, Steel Dawn. I mean, aren't they already here?
No, those people got wiped out.
Yeah, but I mean, they're still there, technically.
Pat,
Their
what
corpses are there.
Pat, what are your thoughts on AI art? You know, I was really hoping that somebody would ask me this question so I didn't have to bring it up myself. Now, why the fuck do we need technology that generates the most vanilla, boring sex images possible? Okay, it seems like if there was any niche that AI art could fill, it would be in generating niche fetish content. But all it does is basic sex position with like super basic anime girls. I'm just saying, it seems pretty disappointing to me. We already had more material that you could jerk off to in your entire life of basic sex positions with anime girls.
Well, wouldn't AI art be constrained by like art that's already out there because it has to use like, you know, iterative design process or iterative processes in order to basically create what it's creating? So what you would end up getting is the most vanilla basic shit because that's the most abundant stuff to source from.
Yeah, but it seems to me like if you want to sell the concept of AI art, you gotta round up all the fetishes and say, hey, diaper people.
I don't think they're even at the point yet where they can sell it. Because yeah, that would be the most obvious market to start this off with, but I don't think they're even at that stage yet where they can start to market it.
I put the VTube models into the AI art thing and it spit out like really bad images. I think it can't handle skin colors other than human. You've got two options, light skin and dark skin. There's no like blue waifus.
So what am I supposed to be getting from this art?
Is it the one where there's the guy with the power armor and there's Romani and
yeah.
Yeah, like what's the pistol he has? Why does he look like that? He never wore a beret. I think they look
I thought
weird.
that was Russell.
Is that supposed to be Russell? I mean, he's wearing the armor of
yeah, it is Shin.
What's his name? Yeah, it's Shin's
armor.
armor.
It is Shin.
But he never wore a beret and he never used that weapon. I don't even know what that weapon's supposed to be.
That's a weapon that you unlock through I think you buy it with bullion.
Oh, okay. The Gauss pistol or some shit, who knows?
Yeah.
But he never used it.
Yeah, the character's definitely Romani definitely doesn't look like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, and for one, she's actually looking at the camera, so that's false advertising right there.
And they don't have Valdez on here? Valdez was the
Direct is over, we're hanging out.
Everything you need to know about Fallout 76's Steel Dawn expansion. It sucks. Go back to grinding.
It's better than Steel Rain. Yeah, I can't do the anime girls tonight. I do apologize.
They have a developer gameplay.
I love AI art because it makes pretentious art hoes seethe. Yes. I don't conceptualize art hoes as actually being artists, so.
That was a weird cut.
Like, are you specifically talking about thoughts with OnlyFans or actual art people? Sky Oblivion thoughts? I'll form thoughts when it comes out. How much does 76 break the lore between 10 and being perfectly intact and 1 being ESO? I would say it is running interception for Fallout 3 and 4 and trying to justify some of the things that happen in those games. So it's like, super mutants aren't supposed to be here? Well, the Enclave was doing experiments on people in Appalachia. The Brotherhood of Steel isn't supposed to be here? Well, actually, they had an initiative that sent them here. So, yeah. I don't really think it violates the lore as much as it validates existing lore violations. I think they mean ethot. Art hoes is a whole other thing. Yeah, art hoes are those women that I'm not supposed to be attracted to, but then one shows up.
Really? They're advertising. So I'm watching like a gameplay demo for Fallout 76, and they're making a big deal out of the plasma cutter. You remember the plasma cutter, don't you?
I remember the plasma cutter from Outer Worlds.
You know, the sword that the plasma cutter.
What plasma cutter?
There was they give you like a melee weapon as like a reward for one of the
quests.
quests.
The lightsaber.
Yeah. The plasma cutter. See, it was so great. It was so important that you remembered it.
Mm-hmm. I like that they even bother with melee.
I just like the Scorched Beasts, and if you're a melee only character, good luck fighting that because you don't even have Dragon Rend now.
Have you played any of the Just Cause games? I played Just Cause 2 and I played Just Cause 2 multiplayer when it was still in beta, which was the best time to play it because they had like a shit ton of people on the servers all at once. Art is pretty meaningless. I think us soul-bearing non-NPCs, non-player characters, I think us PCs with souls are probably going to just endorse like human art, and then like AI art will be used by the plebs to generate their very specific and weird fetish content. But you'll probably see like, this art was created by human artists or some shit like that.
Oh, I can't wait for the day where we're gonna have like expose pieces on like companies that are saying that, and then it's like, oh no, but they're using art assets that were produced by AI.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's always exceptions.
We're gonna have.
It was a free-range chicken the day it died. Best mage character build: Breton, intelligence, destruction. There you go. Did you ever elaborate on what your issue with Internet Historian was? I don't have an issue other than he's kind of passive-aggressive. It's mostly just, like, I talked about him in the No Man's Sky video, and I didn't want to have to do it again for Fallout 76. Probably won't have to, though. Because I don't think he did a redemption arc video on Fallout 76, so. And that's the main thing I'm objecting to, is, like, the notion that Fallout 76 has undergone a redemption arc is completely false. Because all of the updates actively made the game worse.
Yeah, I would say the updates speak to a studio that does not know what they want to do with this game, and they don't know why people play it.
Have you played Fallout 76? No, this is all based on, I found a live streamer on Twitch who was playing through it. He had like 10 viewers. And so I just watched him play it.
I was trying to find a live stream of it last night, and I couldn't find anywhere like they were native English speakers, which I found interesting.
You'd be surprised. There was a campaign by Fallout 76 players to positively review bomb the game, so it would get a mostly positive rating on Steam. And they said that No Man's Sky, like the Fallout 76 had undergone like a No Man's Sky tier transformation, and this was just after Wastelanders came out. Like this wasn't even, you know, modern Fallout 76.
You know what it was? They saw it. They saw the trajectory, and they're like, you know what? This is it. It's gonna get good. So I'm just gonna declare it now.
Mm-hmm.
Then they didn't play Steel Dawn or Steel Rain, and realized the downward.
Okay,
trajectory.
so we say the game is a 4 at launch. Doesn't matter if it is or not. That's what we're saying it is. It went up to a 5 after they fixed the bugs, and then they released Wastelanders and it went back to a 4, and then they released Steel Dawn and it went to a 3, and then they released Steel Rain and it went to a 2. So they probably should have just fixed the bugs. And like, I guarantee you there would have been YouTube videos about the best Bethesda Fallout game, open parenthetical, you won't believe what it is, close parenthetical. And shit like that. Like, you would have YouTubers who would be going, Fallout 76 is actually underrated, based solely on like the launch main quest. If they had just done updates about fixing that stuff up, it probably would have been fine. But because they insisted on Wastelanders, it has a lot of problems. Yeah, this will be public for a minute if you want to watch it later.
You don't have to private it anymore. They go into
their
into a live tab instead.
They go into their own separate category, but you know how it is. You know how people are. I bet it's still in like a subscription tab somewhere, so it's gonna bother somebody that
It didn't pop up in my subscription feed.
Yeah, YouTube subscription feeds? What a meme. Any opinions on Wizards of the Coast? We were making a big meme out of the wheelchair thing. I know that like that's kind of an older thing, but I was talking to the guy who is potentially going to be DMing for us, and I showed him the document that was made up for wheelchair combat, and his basic answer for it was that it wouldn't make sense, like with the bonuses it gives you, it wouldn't make sense why you wouldn't use a wheelchair even if you were not like disabled. So even if you could walk, you should still use a wheelchair because the advantages it gives you were insane. Like, so you can ram people with the wheelchair, and he said it does the damage of a bastard sword, and then that makes them prone, which then you crush them with it, which does the damage of, I think he said like a longsword or something. It does 1d8 damage. But also like, so if you have like a 30-foot pit, you can get in the wheelchair, even if your legs are fine, but you can get in the wheelchair, and instead of doing like a check to see if you can jump over it, you can use a stone and it'll just float over it, and it's not a check. So that you got that going for you. The wheelchair is indestructible, so I imagine you could just pick it up because it's supposed to be very light and just use it as a shield. Yeah, we were reading through this, and it was quite the hilarious read. And of course, you have the funniness of the hilarity of trying to pass off And there's a lot of like funny arguments, like I don't want to be fixed with healing magic, and it's like, okay, I'm sure you don't. I'm sure if somebody offered to fix your legs, you'd say no. So we were making fun of that. Of course, you're probably asking about the OGL thing. Yeah, it's shitty. It's not the first time that they've done it. It won't be the last time that they do it. And you should just switch to other systems, even if it seems like they're trying to redeem themselves. Like, the only reason not to switch is because you're already invested. If you're not invested, switch now. If your campaign's over, switch then. But, like, just switch. There's other systems. Roleplay is a group of wheelchair bandits suing every town for accessibility infractions. But see, the wheelchair lets you climb stairs. You don't need a wheelchair ramp. The chair can magically climb stairs. Like, that's part of the document. Literally anything you're thinking of, like, that would be a limitation of the wheelchair is not allowed, because literally the only purpose of the wheelchair homebrew is so that you can say my character is disabled, but you don't have to have the downside of having a disabled character. I think the other, like, the reason we started talking about it was, like, because if you play whatever the fucking class in Wild Shape, the creature you turn into is also disabled. Have you partaken in BattleTech? No, I saw BattleTech stuff when I was at game shops. Any opinion on ESO Herman Mora fan service DLC? I yelled a bit about it. You're shoving Hermaeus Mora in a place that he really doesn't belong. Puh! Telvanni wizards smart people, Herman Mora! Fucking caveman logic. What? I'm pretty sure Necrom isn't a House Telvanni city either. Isn't it under the control of House Endoral? Like, famously? Because Endoral's the big religious house, and Necrom's like a super big religious city for the Dunmer. Why is it a Telvanni expansion if it's called Necrom? What the fuck, Bethesda? Sorry, ZeniMax. Necrom doesn't have Great House affiliation, but it is surrounded by House Telvanni lands. Interesting. I always thought that Endoral was there. Because I'm pretty sure the lands between Necrom and Mournhold is House Endoral's territory, and Telvanni has control of the peninsula north of Necrom. I don't know. I'm sure it's going to be as good as the last time they tried to fucking cater to Morrowind fans. Are the other Dunmer houses so uninteresting that they have to wring out content from Telvanni? Well, they probably don't want to address that whole house dress slavery thing. Telvanni is the one that Morrowind players remember, so... And I think Redoran and Halalu are represented in the parts of Morrowind that we already have. I wonder how ESO would have turned out if it was a Bethesda Game Studio thing instead of a ZeniMax thing. So not counting Launch Disaster. I don't see it working. It's asking somebody who's specialized in one thing to do something completely different and expecting it to work out.
It's like Fallout 76.
Mm-hmm. And the amazing thing with Fallout 76 is it could have worked as a co-op game. That was completely within the realm of what Bethesda can accomplish.
So what if they made ESO, but it's like a MUD instead?
Like text-based?
No. We can just have a. I don't know, because I don't think there were many people. Like I've heard people who are like, "Oh, I want to play Fallout multiplayer," but I haven't really heard many people who are like, "Oh, I want to play Elder Scrolls multiplayer."
Yeah, ESO was like cashing in on the MMO trend, which I think ZeniMax wasn't aware that the actual trend was you start an MMO project and you get some venture capitalists who want MMO profits and you scam them out of their money to fund a project to pay all your friends, and then it either falls apart before it comes to fruition or you release a terrible MMO. That was the actual market. I don't know what ZeniMax was doing making a real MMO.
They were looking at World of Warcraft. They were looking at the biggest and best, going, "Yes, that's going to be us."
Yeah, and if ESO had their way, the Dunmer for some reason picked up slavery, I guess in the third era. Like fucking, I don't know what ESO thinks is going on, but they just didn't want to do slavery, so they didn't. I don't want to watch more about the ESO expansion. What they fucking showed hurt me. Brigand Oaka is cool, but it's so janky. It was made by one guy who wasn't always sober, so how much can you expect?
I mean, ESO is a successful project. It's kind of interesting. I think they, for all I can say about ESO, they at least stuck to their guns. They grinded it out. It exists now. It's probably pretty lucrative.
If you look at the development timeline for every obvious attempt to cash in on WoW's popularity, most of them did start right around the mid-end point of Wrath of the Lich King when it was the most popular. That's when the money came in. And there's no point in having a project if you don't have at least a little bit of money involved. And the whole MMO thing was just like the same thing with the tech bubble. It's investors who don't understand the technology but are wanting the profits anyways. And there were so many MMO scams. Does anybody remember Firefly Online? Yeah, they were gonna turn Firefly into an MMO.
If I were a captain.
Yes, that is Ron Glass's voice actor.
But maybe a bit taller.
I'd be bigger.
I'd want to get me a big, bad ship.
My ship would be the best ship in the verse. I'd have the best engines for quick getaways, state-of-the-art cockpit, large cargo bay, and a med station.
My ship would be pretty. I'm talking shiny pretty. Posters, plants.
Oh, I would definitely touch down and see all the sights.
I'd take my time exploring every corner of the verse. Good thing I've got that map.
I would visit all the planets.
Does anybody remember this?
This is real?
Yeah, Firefly MMO. They had the voice actors and everything from the show, and it just dropped off the fucking map. Remember the Defiance MMO that was supposed to run alongside the TV show? There's always dumb fucking projects like that that don't even sound like good ideas. I remember the Matrix MMO. Didn't that actually have stuff, though?
Remember Quantum Break? They were going to have a television show running alongside the game.
But that's just me talking. Me? I'd aim to misbehave, but that's just me talking.
Or Nathan Fillion.
Did they bring his character back in Destiny 2 yet?
Listen. Is that content still in the game?
Yeah.
That was probably the weirdest thing I found out about, that they like cycle out Destiny to like Destiny content.
Yeah, they sunsetted the main quest. Yeah, I was thinking about booting up Destiny 2 and just, doing some comparisons for Fallout 76, and I was like, wait, I need a fucking like spreadsheet to even understand like the content releases and stuff for that game and what I can actually play now.
Yeah, they took the Warframe Vault idea and said, what if we did that with gameplay content? Just cuz. Do you both have any video plans for the future? No, dude. I was just gonna coast on Patreon money until people noticed. Thanks for donating, by the way. Quantum Break was like, wasn't that an Xbox venture? Speaking of Microsoft.
Yeah, that was when Microsoft was really gunning to make shows, video games that were shows. Sony was doing the movies bit. Now we're gonna get ahead of them and make shows instead.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was becoming episodic. That was around the time that you had the Spartan Ops for Halo 4 or 5. I don't even fucking remember which game that was from. Hey, if Telltale can do it, wait, what's that? They went out of business? Fuck.
These things happen, okay? Sometimes you poorly manage your money and you go out of business. Speaking of Sony and shows, The Last of Us shows, who fucking cares? It doesn't absolutely suck. Who watched it?
I gotta watch the Halo show.
Why?
Because I hate myself.
There's so much anime that you could watch instead.
I don't hate myself that much. Jesus. No, I want to watch it because it's a complete like train wreck, and it would only be like 2 days. Anime is a lifestyle. You're signing up for life with that shit.
Have you considered world building for a world engine type deal? What specifically is a world engine type deal? Because the thing is, so far, all I've done is like prove that I'm decent at like fixing other people's stuff. Like, you could bring me into a project, pitch me your ideas, and I would find all of the problems with it and give you solutions to that. I don't know if that necessarily translates to actually writing something new from scratch. Because a lot of those problems happen because you have an idea that sounds good, but it doesn't pan out that well. So, like, you need a specialized skill set to overcome that.
Why do people want games turned into movies and shows? What kind of people think a game story would be better without the actual game? Investors and executives. That's why when The Last of Us
players.
No. Because when The Last of Us show came out, they had a massive spike in the game sales, which goes to show that a lot of people who were watching that show never played the game before. But also that game does lend itself to, you know, just making fun of it being a movie. So fuck it, make it a television show. Who cares?
Millennials having a midlife crisis that still think video games are for kids. I think millennials are probably a cursed generation of like self-loathing.
A cursed generation from having seeing the internet at its greatest and where it is now.
It's no coincidence these properties are making these shows while laying people off. I think that's a bit of a stretch. They were making the shows regardless because they're having a big competition, a big dick swinging competition about who can have the best streaming service, and so they need content no matter what it takes to make it. Like there was a few years where if you had a script and you had the right connection or education, you could get a Netflix deal. It was that easy. You didn't have to pitch it. You didn't have to earn it. You didn't have to blow an executive. You just had to be at the right place because they just wanted shows. And some pretty garbage stuff got made from that. But Netflix didn't care because they were trying to turn themselves into a media production company. The Fallout show, any news? Not that I'm aware of yet. Probably like a 2024 thing. Straight to Game Pass. Has anyone tried to use Vermintide Darktide as an example of a good TES 6 combat replacement? Not that I know, but those are probably too new. Too new, too cultured. Big cock. We live in a jaded time for a jaded dark time for gaming analysis YouTube, where everybody seems to be having existential crises about their role in the world, and it turns out that being a game reviewer is not a big deal. UESP says Necrom is surrounded by Telvanni because of the reveal trailer. Wait, so the edit page actually, like, if you go back a day, I can check this real quick. Let's go back to October of 2022. City-state of Necrom is built on a peninsula that overlooks the Patamaic Ocean in the vicinity of the island of Gorn, and is separated from the Telvanni Peninsula by a large bay to the northwest. The region is known for rocky supplements. Okay. And then we go to the modern version. Yeah, they added looks like they added it. Which it doesn't make sense. It makes sense for the Telvanni borders to stop at that bay. And they control the peninsula, which is still a huge swath of land. Guys, House Doral has to be somewhere. Just because it wasn't in Morrowind doesn't mean you can't show us House Doral. The question is Elder Kings going to change their map? Doesn't House Doral have Mournhold as well? How long until House Lalu takes that over? No, guys, you don't understand. The story's going to be about why Telvanni's in control of it. And how Indoral takes over for the later game. Please, canon sources only. Is ESO considered to be canon by Bethesda? So, here's the thing. Canon is a social contract that exists between the writer and the audience. There's no legal precedent to say, because I'm the rights holder, I get to just dictate what the canon is. So it's like, yes, they can say it's canon, and they can make all of their stuff going forward from the perception of that information, but there's no point where you have to accept that that's the case. It's only between you and the writer's set of information, which is usually enforced by the canon, but not always. I encourage you to read about Bubsy if you're curious about how canon and legality works when a regular person buys a gaming mascot and has some interesting ideas about where the character is going to go. What's the legal precedent with Disney and Star Wars? Was there a court case I didn't hear about? No, trust me, Bubsy's better if you find out on your own. You're in for a trip. Are you going to play the Dead Space remake? Probably not. No, I'm saying that it's the most official thing for something being canon. I mean, I don't know. It's as much precedent as anything else. They retconned a bunch of stuff, but who cared? Before Disney, LucasArts had like tiers of canon, and they had like an internal system for keeping everything compartmentalized and functional between all the creatives. But at the end of the day, it was about creating a structure for the creators to work in. But yeah, people get into big arguments about what is and isn't canon, and it's like, just because someone's a rights holder doesn't mean it matters. Again, look up who the rights holder is for Bubsy. See what they have to say about that character. The interesting life choices that they made. Would you consider working on indie AA RPG game dev projects as supplemental game design, trying to make system changes where you think there are flaws or systems that could be better? Yeah, but you have to get me a kind of early into the project. Like, I don't care if it's just programmer graphics. You get me in and you explain your idea and kind of let me get my hands around it. I could probably give you some decent suggestion. Because, you know, I'll go out and look at what's functional, what's not. And isn't that a dream job? You get to play test games and then tell game developers what to do. They call that executive producer. Unreleased games are cool. The only uncool part is NDAs. What game did you enjoy playing and reviewing in 2022? Does it have to have come out in 2022? What do I think of Coda? It was an alright story. I get what he was going for. I don't have particularly strong feelings about it because Kirkbride's kind of defined himself as being, I'm the guy who made Morrowind, so. Like, it would have been interesting if he had gotten more professional work, but because he does have some good off-the-wall ideas for somebody who doesn't do a whole lot of drugs. Because I always hate the meme of, like, you're only creative if you do drugs, man. Which is always just an excuse for degeneracy that you feel self-conscious about. And as soon as you feel self-conscious about something that you enjoy, that's when I draw the soy jack of you. Are you interested in any of the Souls or Elden Ring mods like Elden Ring Reforged? I find it funny that one of their selling points was that they're fixing hitboxes. I mean, if it makes the game better, sure. But it would have to actually make the game better, as in it would have to be a substantive thing. I don't really, like, I can't think off the top of my head of an enemy where I went, the fucking hitbox was the problem. Usually, the stuff that annoyed me about Elden Ring was that there were some really annoying boss arenas. Finding items was very unsatisfying because a lot of them was just like crafting ingredients that may or may not be useful. Usually not.
All right, so I give up. I've been looking into this Bubsy thing for like 10 minutes now.
Hmm.
I'm not finding any.
What's your conclusion? Oh, really? It's kind of it's esoteric knowledge.
I guess so. I even looked up Bubsy controversy. I wasn't getting anything.
Look up Bubsy modern. That should send you down the right path.
Oh no.
And the thing is, that's all canon. Like, you have to accept that's canon. That's what happened to Bubsy after the games. What do you mean you don't accept that? The rights holder says that that's canon. Like I said, canon is a social contract between writers and the audience. The writers have a set of information. They can use stuff that's considered canon. You know, canon is like facts and information and what have you. But at the end of the day, it's up to you as an audience member what you accept and don't accept, because it's just a social contract. Not set in stone. Who is Bubsy? He was a mascot for Sega? I don't know. He was some kind of Sonic the Hedgehog clone that hilariously failed. I do like the weirdness of Morrowind, but I feel like, is that really such a hard thing to do? To make a setting more interesting by adding somewhat of a weird factor?
I think the problem is that you start going too many things go down that rabbit hole a bit too much, and they just make things weird for the sake of it being weird, rather than it being weird as in creating like something that's actually different and alien.
That's how you get Fallout 76.
Yeah, that's how you get Rose. That's how you get quirky protagonists who don't shut the fuck up.
How does Rose have the fucking undercut hairstyle? She's a goddamn Mr. Handy. Sorry, Miss Nanny, or whatever the fucking name for the female robots they came up with. Weird is that fine line between cringe and boring. Weird, yeah. Well, I would say cringe is when you feel self-conscious about enjoying something. I would think. Weird is when you kind of accept it as being part of who you are.
I didn't even realize Rose has a haircut. Oh god, that makes it even worse.
Yeah, you didn't notice the red spiky hair on top of her chassis?
Wait. Did Rosalind have that?
I don't know. You're the one with a picture of Rosalind's corpse. I never saw her.
She does not have spiky hair?
Okay, so maybe he was like really into it and she wasn't. Like he was really into Raider Cheek, and she was probably just like a drug addict. She
Yeah,
was like, "No, I'm not gonna
David took
fucking.
some creative liberties with her.
I'm not gonna get a fucking red spiky haircut in the post-apocalypse. I'm gonna have a functional hairstyle." And then when he had to make his waifu robot, that's when he added the feature he wanted.
20-year-old corpse, her hair is still like pristine.
Hmm. How do you know it's 20 years?
Because she died during the Christmas flood, which was like 5 years after the bombs fell. So then you can do the math. And it's like
Okay, so Charleston
17.
was wiped out after 5 years. So they had a functional raider gang that had to be stopped after 5 years. Because I figured Charleston was concurrent with the responders.
Well, it was kind of, yeah. It was the beginning of the end for the responders.
But wait, so the responders have been gone for 20 years?
I don't think they've been gone for 20 years, but they've been gone for a decent amount of time.
I'm pretty sure the responders were still around when like the Brotherhood of Steel was there, and the Brotherhood of Steel couldn't have been there after like only 5 years. Guys, you didn't read enough of the terminals. Dude, I unlocked a terminal and it was just full of Department of Transportation measurements of fucking trucks. Like, you do that too many times and you stop reading the fucking things.
I think my favorite was the terminal in Vault. Was it Vault 90? The second vault from Nuclear Winter.
Mm-hmm.
Where there was nothing in the vault until you hit the end, and then bam, there's every single single one.
There was a terminal in I think the Coke plant that I spent like 10 minutes unlocking it and it didn't say anything. It didn't say anything and it didn't do anything. It was just a blank terminal that was locked.
Oh yeah, those are my favorite. There were more than a few of those in the game.
Starfield.
I unlocked one. I was like, oh, it must be glitched out. And I backed out. You got in. And you're like, what the fuck? It's blank.
Right. Well, typically when you would unlock it, it would kick you out of the terminal if it was just one of those. It unlocks the safe things, which I fucking hate those. Like, the point of the hack thing is so that you can occasionally unlock safes. Why wouldn't I just invest points in lockpick?
Because you want to pad out your intelligence.
I hope Starfield requires you to remember to put your spacesuit on so you don't die immediately. No, it's going to be Guardians of the Galaxy rule where they have the face masks that appear automatically.
Is it going to be like Mass Effect where certain species like the Asari they just don't have to wear face masks. They just wear like little like respirators.
Mm-hmm.
Their eyeballs and everything can be exposed to the vacuum, no problem. Listen, guys, the Asari, they're just very durable creatures.
They are the chosen ones, after all.
Even the Krogan had to wear full body suits, head to toe, but the Asari, nah. Can't cover up those faces. Come on now. All right. On that note, I got to get going.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me. It
was a worthwhile thing. It's such a show.
I can't wait for the Starfield one.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the Starfield one is equally as long too.
Yeah, it's 45 minutes on one game, so they actually show stuff.
Yeah. What was bizarre was like some of them were long, but they just didn't they just didn't need to show us that much shit. And then the Redfall one, they showed us a bunch of footage, and I still don't know what the fuck that game is. So who knows?
You figured it out. It's Left 4 Dead. Apparently, the Redfall thing has a bunch of dislikes on it. So I guess people aren't taking to it too kindly.
People are waking up. The spell has broken.
Wake up, sheeple.
Was it? What was the game that they just released a few months ago? I already forgot.
Deadfall? Dead Space? Deathloop? Deathloop?
Yes, there you go. See, so forgettable.
It was half price in like a month.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that game basically did Arcane in. Their image anyway. But yeah, I gotta head off.
All right.
Talk to you later. Thank you, chat.
Say goodbye, chat. I'm still gonna disconnect. Who was that? Is TES 3MP hard to get working, or are me and my friends just bad at it? That depends. Do you have any experience with running like local game servers? It's pretty straightforward if you have that kind of experience, but if you don't, I can see it being difficult. Yeah, I did have a bit of difficulty with connection, and I'm not sure what I had to do to solve it. Which Morrowind video? You poser. You're not an Acerthorn fan if you haven't been watching since the beginning. We ran out of music again. I think that's a sign that we gotta stop, so thank you all for coming. Developer Direct sucked. I'm glad I used the Trash Fire thumbnail again, because clearly Microsoft has proved that they continue to deserve it. I'm sure I will be streaming again in 9 months. No editing. Of course not. Of course not. I'm not working. I'm just grifting. Posting off of the Patreon money that I've been making. So remember, when in doubt, you need the gamer muzzle. I really hope. Okay, it's muted. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's pretty loud. This is what you need. Okay, you've been screaming racial slurs while you play Call of Duty for the last 9 months. I don't know why you've been playing Call of Duty that long, but your parents are really tired of hearing you say the same racial slurs over and over. They wish that you would get more creative, but they don't want to say it because they don't want to encourage you. So, they decided to get you a muzzle. The Gamer Muzzle, the sponsor of today's live stream. And with that, I am hopping out of here. Thank you, chat, for coming out. Do appreciate you guys. Do appreciate the half of you who stuck around for this. I will see you all later.